Chapter 290. On the palm of his hand. Whoa! Ella cried aggrievedly, trying to win List's sympathy. But List's eyes were all on Dosen. He asked his servant to come and help tear off the thorns on Dosen. He was quite excited. Just now, in a rather dangerous situation, Dosen successfully released a new kind of magic. He condensed a flying and exploding rock in the air. Is this the rock grenade owned by Elkson that can only be mastered by a great magician? Elkson had the rock grenade casting scheme, but he didn't know how to cast it himself. He needed the mental control of a great magician to release this level of magic. Dosen's new magic was probably this kind of relatively advanced magic. Woof! Dosen barked at List. He was probably accusing List of covering up the evil thorn sprite, Ella. But List could not punish Ella. He just ordered Ella to go back to the worm room immediately and not to come out. Then he took out a few pieces of jerky and threw them to Dosen, comforting him and rewarding him for learning new magic. When Dosen finished eating the jerky, he immediately ordered, "Dosen, release the magic." Dosen opened his mouth. In the distance, a rock thorn broke through the ground. "Not this, it's the new magic you just learned. Come on, release it here." List pointed to the air. Dosen froze for a while before opening his mouth and spitting out magic. Hula, a rock about the size of a wash basin, quickly condensed and exploded. He had ordered Elkson to come. "Mr. Elkson, what kind of earth magic do you think Dosen's new magic is?" Elkson said in surprise, "This is a rock grenade, a very powerful earth magic. Dosen has completed the intermediate world of Warcraft bloodline transformation. He has successfully mastered the rock grenade that only a great magician can learn. But his rock grenade is a bit weak. I have seen a great magician cast a spell once, and the condensed rock is the size of a water tank. It was weak because Dosen wasn't used to it yet. Once mastered, the rock grenade would be greatly improved. Now, Dosen had finally mastered an aerial attack method. When facing the Sky Knight, it would no longer be passive and could take the initiative to attack. After thinking about it, if the Sky Knight jumped up and attacked, Dosen would immediately open fire. A few rock grenades would definitely be able to repel the Sky Knight's attack. Well done, Dosen. From today onwards, we have a new training course. Listen to my instructions. Dosen, rock grenade. Dosen was dumbfounded. It took him a long time to spit out a rock grenade. It hadn't formed a conditioned response to the rock grenade yet, so it needed time. But in any case, Dosen now has the combat power of intermediate world of Warcraft, which is comparable to the Sky Knight. Riding on Dosen, List was in high spirits and his heart was full of pride. Now that I am on Coral Island, no one should have any objections. He even thought of it. With Dosen's combat power and the future of the 8 little blizzard beasts, he doesn't need a night squad. He can directly lead the Blizzard Beast Army to the battlefield. Of course, the territory is inseparable from the support of the Night class. After all, the Blizzard Beasts are big eaters. If the territory does not develop, it will not be able to afford to raise them. Just eating and drinking for the 9 Blizzard Beasts costs hundreds of gold coins a month. And when I go to the battlefield, I also need a night squad to serve the Blizzard Beasts and guide them to participate in the battle. If I were to command them by myself, the scene would be very ugly. However, with this year's expedition order, I will be able to join the battle with the Count. The heart of making meritorious service has been stirred. Black Dragon Gang Paris is the personal protection. Dosen is the main output, plus a night squad to assist from the side, as well as the care of the Count and Levis. By the way, he should be able to get enough credit with the least danger. Little by little, he should be able to accumulate power before he is 20 years old. He should be able to rely on his military merits to be conferred Viscount and turn Black Horse Island into his own fief. With his own island, with the help of the Smoke Mission, with the knowledge and vision of a transmigrator, it is hard to say how brilliant the future will be, but he will definitely ride a dragon. Mission completed. Reward Dosen's new magic, rock grenade. Mission: Carpenter Carrasco is lost in thought. He helped the brewery make many novel wooden utensils, which brought him too much inspiration and made him understand that he does not like to make tables and benches every day. He is eager to create. Please give him some advice. Reward. Variation of the rubber tree sprite worm. Teach Dosen new magic. The mission was completed immediately, but the newly issued mission surprised list. Carpenter Carrasco probably wants to make Luban. I will give him a few ideas later. I don't know how to make wooden oxen and Juga crossbow, but I can still learn about rocking chairs, drawers, wheelbarrows, and crooked plows. But the variation of the rubber tree sprite worm, what does it mean? Directly mutated into a sprite? List felt that it was unlikely. He had never heard of plants directly giving birth to sprites. But in addition to directly mutating sprites, what other aspects of mutation could there be? He thought for a long time, but still had no clue, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Finish the mission first. Carrasco, I appreciate creative craftsmen the most. List immediately asked someone to check the information of Carpenter Carrasco and soon got feedback. Carrasco was a serf purchased from the Eagle Kingdom and currently worked in the carpenter shop. He was not a skilled craftsman and was considered a weirdo in the carpenter shop. Other carpenters would take care of their own lives after work, but he had little spare time and spent all day staring at the wood in a daze. Sometimes he would pick up wood and randomly make some strange things. For this reason, when the fief's officials came to the carpenter's shop to inspect it, they often scolded him. It seems that the era has limited his thinking and has not given him a suitable environment to let his ideas fly. List secretly thought. He quickly rushed to the carpenter's shop with the retainer knight. He wanted to personally inspect Carrasco's carpentry work. In the carpenter's shop, sawdust flew all over the place. After the serfs saluted, they were reprimanded by the steward to continue working. List went straight to Carrasco. What about your amateur carpentry work? Show it to me. Sir Lord. Carrasco, half nervous and half unfamiliar with the language, stammered a few serpentines. Don't be nervous, Carrasco, said List gently. In the fief, he had always presented himself as noble, gentle, and benevolent. The role of the villain was played by other officials. After feeling the kindness of the Sir Lord, Carrasco finally dispelled his nervousness and laid out his amateur carpentry work one by one. A 5-legged stool, a chair with backrests on all 4 sides, a triangular table. The only thing that looked like it was a few bowl-shaped teacups. This was not creativity at all, it was a lack of nerve in the brain. List finally understood why the inspecting officials scolded Carrasco. If not for the smoke mission, he would have also scolded him. What was with the chair with backrests on all 4 sides? How could people sit on it? Was it a crib? A triangular table? Was it really not afraid of stabbing people to death? But since there was a smoke mission. Chapter 291. Carrasco's serpentine was terrible, but even with a translator, there was still no way to communicate smoothly. Because his speech was always stuttering, he could not fully express what he wanted to express. People who had immersed themselves in work all their lives and had never received any education should not be expected to be able to express themselves proficiently. Even if he had a myriad of ideas, it would still be useless if he could not express them. List did not have time to waste with him. Since you have so many ideas, then I'm going to give you some ideas and let you realize them. Carrasco, can you do it? Sir Lord, Carrasco can do it. Very good. Do you see this drawing? List took out a drawing that he had prepared, which depicted a rocking chair. This is a rocking chair. Do you understand? Carrasco took the drawing. After looking at it for a full 10 minutes, he slowly nodded. I understand, Sir Lord, Carrasco can do it. The drawing was very well drawn. It was not just a drawing, but it was explained from several aspects. He believed that as long as one was not a fool, they would be able to understand it. The rocking chair itself was a very simple piece of furniture. There were no rocking chairs in this world. During the winter, when the sun occasionally came out, List could only sit on the rocking chair with a hard back. He could not enjoy the atmosphere of rocking and falling asleep. With the rocking chair, not only could he read a book while basking in the sun by the window in winter, but he could also enjoy the cool air under the apple tree in summer. After leaving the carpentry shop, he thought, a rocking chair should be able to open Carrasco's mind and let him fly. If not, he was prepared to teach Carrasco the drawers, rocking beds, crooked plows, wheelbarrows, antique shelves, and other wooden products that did not exist in this world. If he could only rely on the rocking chair to complete the task, then Liszt would still slowly invent these things. However, at that time, he would arrange for skilled carpenters to build them. It is time for the carpentry shop to be upgraded to a carpentry workshop and expand its scale. Fast-growing iron thorns will soon become timber. When the time comes, the Flower Town's wooden products will become a new specialty. After all, they are ironwood quality wooden products. Tables with drawers, cabinets, rocking chairs, cribs, and chic antique shelves suitable for aristocratic collections should all be popular. As for the crooked plow and wheelbarrow, Liszt had not decided whether he should develop them or not. These tools could already be defined as strategic items. Once invented, they would greatly promote the development of productivity. However, the technical content of these tools was relatively low, and it was very easy to plagiarize. At that time, it might not only boost the productivity of Flower Town, but also the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. He never denied his selfishness. As a noble, he had to keep the good things for himself. I should wait until I have grown stronger before I develop these strategic items one by one. At that time, I can rely on my first mover advantage to rapidly expand my strength and achieve leaps and bounds in development. With the current size of the Flower Town, I cannot rely on these means to develop by leaps and bounds. Think clearly. Thus, he was no longer troubled. Back to the castle, to check the progress of Achi's magic practice. Achi, how is it? Can you use water arrow volley now? Not yet, brother. In Achi's hand, a water arrow slowly appeared, but she was unable to condense a second water arrow. It feels like water arrow volley isn't that difficult, but Achi just can't make a second water arrow. I've tried so many times. Isn't Achi stupid? How could that be? Liszt rubbed Achi's beautiful blue hair again. He liked the feel of it. It was as soft as silk and as moist as water. Magic training is not something that can be accomplished in one go. Compared to those magicians who need several years to learn water arrow, you are already a genius. Achi immediately said with a smile, well, Achi also thinks she is a genius. She rubbed her head against Liszt's hand. She enjoyed Liszt's touch very much. This gave Liszt quite the feeling of cultivating a magical girl. It was a great sense of accomplishment to slowly cultivate an underage fairy-like creature that belonged to him into a powerful magic platform. Occasionally, he would warn himself, at least 3 years, the maximum penalty is the death penalty. His eyes swept over Achi's perky chest, and he said with a smile, do you feel bored staying here every day? No, Achi likes her current life. She can read books and learn magic quietly, and she no longer has to worry about being chased by Murumida. I thought you would like the sea very much. Well, Achi likes the sea very much, but compared to magic, I have lived in the sea for 41 years. When I learn a lot of magic and can beat Murumida, I can go out to sea with my brother and play around. Now, I need to read. She raised a magic book at her hand, and there was a pilgrimage glow on her face. Magic helped her open the door to a new world. Achi will become an outstanding water magic shooter. I firmly believe in this. Liszt got up and left. You read and learn magic quietly. Fresh fruit is on the table. Take it if you want to eat. In addition, look after Ella. I'm going to punish her by not going out for 3 days. The siren nodded. Hee. Achi will help my brother look after Ella. In the corner of the shell, there was a whisper, wow. Although Carrasco's ideas were a bit off track, after receiving Liszt's guidance, he made the first rocking chair within 2 days. Because it was his first time making it, he had no experience. The rocking chair was crooked and not in line with ergonomics. The rocking chair was sent to the castle. After seeing the real thing, Liszt almost didn't recognize it as a rocking chair. The ratio of the rocking legs on both sides was so different that sitting on it not only hurt the buttocks in the back, but also felt that the rocking chair would tilt at any time. Carrasco, sit on it and feel it. Liszt stood up and said lightly, yes, my lord. Carrasco sat on it and swayed hard. Liszt asked, what do you feel? It seems that it's not as solid as an ordinary chair. It's a little hard on the buttocks. These two swaying legs of the chair have to be of the same standard and the curvature has to be maintained. It can't be too big or too small. There's also a chair back that can lie down. It must be flat and not hard. Continue to improve the rocking chair. Don't let me down, and strive to make a qualified rocking chair. Yes, yes, my lord. With more contact with serfs, Liszt would not get angry easily. Even if the serfs were stupid, he would just calmly accept the facts. He had 2 lifetimes of experience and vision, so he saw and understood problems more deeply. Serfs had not received education, their vision was narrow, and their thinking would definitely be rigid. Just like several carpenters in the Flowertown carpenter's shop, they had never thought of innovating any new furniture or tools except to work according to instructions. Carrasco's ideas were off track, but at least he still had ideas. When you make a qualified rocking chair, you will get a reward from me. Now go and do your work seriously. Liszt waved his hand, and the servant sent Carrasco and his rocking chair out of the castle. Liszt took a sip of fresh dragon milk tea and summoned the smoke mission. He thought that the mission was not completed. After all, Carrasco's rocking chair was seriously unqualified, but it was clear that the smoke mission did not set high requirements. The smoke serpentines changed. Chapter 292. Dang, 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 dang. Her slender and powerful fingers plucked on the piano keys. The beautiful melody of To Alice slowly rose, and the notes danced at her fingertips. Under the illumination of the stove, her voluptuous body, wrapped in tulle, seemed to be plated with a layer of golden brilliance. Dang, dang, dang. The last few notes fell. Dunico Hyacinth let go of her hands and let out an imperceptible sigh. Behind her, a maid holding an evening dress asked in a low voice, "Miss, don't you want to attend the banquet tonight? Sir Richard is waiting for you to dance the first dance." "I'm only 18 years old, Lua. Do you understand? I'm only 18 years old. I don't want to get married so early." Why is this Richard like an old man who has been thirsty for 50 years, pestering me, pestering the Hyacinth family? Can't he wait 2 more years? Pestering me before the New Year's Day, and again after the New Year's Day. "Miss, Sir Richard is deeply in love with you." Oh, what a joke. This is just a marriage between families. There is no emotional foundation. Hyacinth tore off the tulle covering her body, completely exposing her beautiful body, allowing the maid Lua to change her clothes. Moreover, he doesn't meet my aesthetic standards. The maid Lua inquired, "What kind of aristocrat do you like, miss?" "Elegant, indifferent, handsome, able to play beautiful piano melodies." Music can express the heart, and only those who are not so utilitarian can play a refreshing tune. Are you talking about Baron Liszt? "Miss, you now play To Alice once a day." But Master doesn't seem happy. He is very angry about what happened in Tulip Castle. You should not make Master angry. He is trying to curry favor with the Pineapple family. Everyone thinks that the Taro family will fall into decline, so he can't wait to look for a new backer. But I don't want to let him get what he wants. Brother Meopal will get through this, and the Taro family will still be the rulers of Red Crab Island. Dunico Hyacinth changed in her underlined clothes and tied up her hair, restoring the grace of an aristocratic lady. Her face was full of nostalgia. "I just wanted to go to Long Taro Castle to relax, but I didn't expect to meet Liszt. His carelessness when playing the piano is something I have never seen before. Yes, Baron Liszt is a little more handsome than Sir Meopal. I spent the happiest night of my life in the Long Taro Castle, Lua. You have no idea how strong he is and how heartless. No wonder you can't forget him and play for Elise every day." "No, I will forget him. From the time he left the Long Taro Castle, I have forgotten about him. I just want to change a part of Elise. There are many flaws in this piano piece. It's like an improvisation. I guess it was improvised by Liszt. I can see that he was so careless at the ball. Then why don't you write to him and ask him?" Dunico suddenly froze for a moment. "I took the initiative once, but I don't want to take the initiative a second time. I am a thorny rose of Red Crab Island, not a dog's tail flower." She had already changed into her dress. Dunico looked at herself in the crystal mirror. She was still as beautiful as a blooming rose. She took a deep breath and put on the standard smile of an aristocratic lady. Let's go. Rubber tree sprite worm triplets? Seeing the reward of the smoke mission, Liszt felt that it was inconceivable. He had never heard of sprite worms having twins or triplets. As the essence of plants, sprite worms had always been alone. At least, according to the information he had, there had never been a sprite worm with twins or triplets. Even in those nonsensical night novels, there had never been an author who wrote about multiple sprite worms. The result of this mutation is really exciting. Regardless of whether there had been multiple sprite worms in the past or not, at least now, the result was exciting. He originally thought that there was only one sprite worm, but in the end, there were three. It was like a buy one, get two free promotion. It just so happens that rubber is becoming more and more important. With 3 sprite worms, the planting of rubber trees can be greatly increased, and the rubber output will also increase. This was a very good mutation, and Liszt was very satisfied with this result. He restrained his thoughts and began to pay attention to the new mission. Mission, a song d'Alice, will make the name of the Piano King Liszt spread throughout Red Crab Island, and also cause ripples in the heart of a certain girl. You think that a night of passion is the end, full stop, but there may be another chance. Please write a letter to Dunico Hyacinth. Reward, a melody from memory. Liszt clearly saw the contents of the smoke serpentines. Liszt's pleasant surprise was quickly replaced by absurd, "What is this? Piano King Liszt?" When Liszt touched the piano in Longtaro Castle, he indeed thought that his piano sound would shock the world, but he had never thought of becoming the Piano King. Moreover, after a night of spring breeze with Dunico, although he occasionally missed the moment of passion, he did not think of teasing her again. At the same time, what made him depressed was that the reward turned out to be just a melody from memory. What was the point of this? He really wanted to say that his eyes were playing tricks on him. But the smoke mission was clearly written in serpentines, engraved with content that he couldn't ignore. It was indeed to write a letter to Dunico and then get a melody, probably the melody of a pop song, or maybe the melody of a piano song. In his previous life, as an IT worker, he had a period of time when he typed code and liked to listen to the 7-0 World famous piano songs, always playing this song list on loop. After a while, his mood relaxed. He accepted the content of the smoke mission's reward. If it was useless, then it was useless. He would think about it in the next mission. He also accepted the mission's content. If he could do it again with Dunico, why not? He just pondered, why did the smoke mission issue such a strange content and boring reward? The smoke mission originated from the smoke dragon. It is the power of fate that drives all this. What does fate represent? The birth of the elves in the territory, the distress of the sirens, the invasion of the invisible dragon, and Paris's infiltration. These are all things that may or may not happen. But in the end, they happened and were grasped by Liszt in the form of missions. There were also some missions that affected the fate of the residents of the territory. For example, Costa wanted to sail, Rainier wanted to make bread, Carrasco wanted to be Luban, and even Dosen wanted to release magic. Then there were the ultra-small saltpeter mines, Fire Dragonbone fragments, Thorn's Ridge's World of Warcraft, and so on. Therefore, there are 3 ways to trigger the smoke mission, or rather, the trigger of fate. The first is what I already have around me, and fate guides me to get it. The second is something that may or may not happen, and fate guides me to get it or prompt it to happen. And the third is that people's thoughts and wishes can also affect fate. Thinking of this. Chapter 293. The piano was an instrument that required superb craftsmanship. No one knew when it was invented. Many people believe that the piano originated from the Moon Empire, an empire that had disappeared for thousands of years. The historical truth had long since changed beyond recognition, so much so that no matter what happened, the Moon Empire could be blamed on it. The aristocrats who boasted of their nobility could not do without music. Among the music that the aristocrats attached the most importance to was the piano. Many aristocrats would learn to play the piano from a young age. For example, the predecessor Liszt often played the piano. His sister Livera played the piano quite well, and his cousin Miopol was a piano enthusiast. Even some minor aristocrats would scrimp and save money to buy a piano as a pastime. Many aristocratic second sons, who had no hope of inheriting the title and did not dare to go to the battlefield, would turn to the piano, painstakingly practice their piano playing skills, and become a pianist. After becoming a pianist, they could continue to go to the upper class. Many pianists relied on their charm to attract the favor of aristocratic young ladies, which was nothing new. Famous pianists, even in the palace, would be valued, and those pianists who could compose piano music, without exception, were called masters. Wherever they went, aristocrats would rush to receive them, and young ladies would secretly throw flirtatious glances at them. Liszt enjoyed such treatment in the Longtaro castle for his song Die Elise. The madness of the aristocrats towards the piano directly gave birth to a group of Iron Knight who specialized in making pianos. An Iron Knight was a chi cultivator who forged magic weapons, gemstone weapons, and other equipment. They did not go to the battlefield, did not practice fighting skills, and did not charge. Instead, they concentrated on forging weapons belonging to senior blacksmiths. The Iron Knight who forged pianos was called a piano knight. Only a family that had reached the rank of a marquis could have the financial resources to train a piano knight who could make a qualified piano. Each piano was equivalent to a magic weapon. The cheapest piano would cost at least 10 gold coins. Therefore, many pianists started with second-hand old pianos. There were several pianos in Tulip Castle, but unfortunately, the Count did not give any of them to Liszt. As a result, Liszt did not discover the Piano King Liszt in his heart. It's probably because the piano piece I played at will in the Longtaro Castle has released the Piano King in my heart, so it triggered such a smoke mission. He had already adjusted his emotions. Since he was already here, he would take things as they came. He did not rejoice or grieve because of external factors. The most important thing was to find a way to complete the mission. How am I supposed to write to Dunico? As a friend, or as a lover? Or should I just blindly write something to deal with the smoke mission? He pondered for a moment. He returned to the study, unfolded a thick piece of bass paper, picked up a quill, and dipped in ink. Dear Dunico, I wonder if you've been practicing to release lately? When I returned by ship, I sorted out the score amidst the waves of the sea. The bumpy cabin and the noise of the waves always destroyed my grasp of the melody. Perhaps there was also the factor of being restless after parting. Back in Flower Town, far away from the hustle and bustle, I breathed the cold air amidst the snow. My brain finally calmed down. Although the score has already been sent to Longtaro Castle along with Steward Rainieri and then handed over to you, I still try to play the melody again. Writing until here, he could not help but pull out a thick piece of bass paper covered with musical notes from the desk. He recomposed it when he returned to Tulip Castle. After playing it many times, he finally dug out the details of De Release from the depths of his memory. The score he promised to send to Miopol and Dunico was written in a hurry while he was being tossed about at sea. It was not perfect. When he left Tulip Castle, he did not choose to send the more perfect De Release. He probably felt that it was unnecessary. After all, he did not need to rely on his identity as a pianist to add to his aristocratic temperament. As a result, the score was placed on the desk and covered in dust. Looking at the strong and powerful characters on it, he seemed to recall the wild night of that wild and hardy night. Compared with the beauty of the siren A-Chi, Dunico is much inferior, but her charm is something that the innocent and pure A-Chi does not have. One makes you feel that blasphemy is a crime, the other makes you just want to commit a crime. Dang, dang, dang. There was a knock on the door. It was the butler Carter. Master, is it convenient for you? Withdrawing his thoughts, Liszt responded, Please come in. Carter came in with a cup of milk tea. This is the milk tea that Mrs. Morrison has just brewed with a little bit of the best honey. If you like it, I will tell Mrs. Morrison to continue brewing it like this. Let me taste it first. Liszt picked up the cup and tasted it. Compared with the previous fresh milk, the milk tea with honey was undoubtedly better. The best honey was scraped from the poisonous beehive destroyed on Black Horse Island. It was 20 kilograms, non-toxic, and very mellow and sweet. It was filled with several large cups and labeled Masters Only. There were also the pupae. After Mrs. Abby added oil and salt seasonings, most of them were destroyed by List. A small half was eaten, and most of them were put into the gem space. When he had time, he would take out a few pupae and chew them. At this moment, the milk tea entered his stomach. The delicious stimulated his taste buds, and List could not help but drink the rest in one breath. It's delicious, and the sweetness is just right. Mr. Carter, help me tell Mrs. Morrison to use the same amount as today's cup. Yes, master. Carter left with the cup. List continued to bury his head at his desk, writing letters, his quill pen never stopping. Now that I have completed the details of To Alice, I think it should appear on the piano stand of Miss Dunico, who knows the most about music, accompanied by your slender fingers turning into beautiful notes. I think I have heard your moving piano sound, lingering in my ears, as white as the moonlight. Greetings. Yours sincerely, List. Putting down the quill pen, he picked up the thick bass paper and shook it, so that the ink on it solidified faster. He then checked it twice and felt that the wording was okay. There was neither deliberate unfamiliarity nor cheeky enthusiasm. He just explained the reason for writing, but did not say goodbye. Men can do anything when they are impulsive. But when reason existed, he knew how to make a choice. He couldn't abandon Flower Town's matters and run all the way to Red Crab Island just to find Dunico and fire a shot at her. If it weren't for the absurd content of the smoke mission, he might never contact Dunico again. Passion is not love. As a noble, you have to be able to let go. I don't know what Dunico will think when she receives the letter. List folded the thick bass paper in half, took out an envelope, and stuffed it in. On the envelope, he wrote, "To Dunico Hyacinth and Cinder, List Tulip." Then he lit the candle with a match, took out a round spoon from the square box on the table, scooped a few small cloves of rosin, and baked them on the candle flame. When the rosin softened into a liquid, he poured it on the envelope seal and smeared it evenly. Just as it was about to solidify, he took out his personal seal, a long square seal engraved with the name Lise in half serpentines. He pressed hard on the rosin, leaving an exclusive mark. After doing all this, he called for the retainer knight Philip, send it to Tulip Castle tomorrow morning, and give it to Sir Levis. Have him mail it for me. Chapter 294. This chapter is titled Reading Too Many Books. Please update it. The letter has been processed, but the smoke mission has not been updated. Obviously, it needs to be delivered to Dunico Hyacinth in order to complete the mission. Early the next morning, he heard that Philip had gone to Tulip Castle to deliver the letter. List was inexplicably melancholic. He didn't know if he should follow the instructions of the smoke mission and provoke Dunico. However, Dunico was quite suitable to be a lover. She was passionate when she entered and straightforward when she parted. The melancholy was only for a moment. Soon he returned to his peaceful state of mind and let nature take its course. With his aristocratic identity, handsome appearance, and outstanding inner qualities, he was destined to be pursued by countless women in this life. Instead of blinding yourself with all the choices, why not leave everything to fate? Sitting in front of the flowers when sober, sleeping under the flowers when drunk. Raising his hand to cover his eyebrows, he looked at the rising sun in the east. He seemed to see his past, simple self, like the snow on the castle lawn, gradually melting, converging into a stream, rushing to the river of the town, and then to the sea, never to return. It was as if he saw his tender self waiting downstairs under the hot afternoon sun with the ice cream he made himself. But the ice cream had melted and fallen on the concrete floor. In the end, no one came downstairs. These writing lives, read as Luther experiences, probably represent growth. Today the sun was shining. Winter had not yet passed, but spring was already restless. First, List trained Trembling Woods for a while, letting it continuously release rock grenades to the point where it could hit wherever it was pointed. Then he went to train the 8 little ones. Storm, flame, rock, waves, thunder, light, ice, shadow. The 8 little blizzard beasts with majestic names did not receive his warm treatment because of their cute appearance. If they did well, they would be rewarded with jerky and milk. If they did poorly, they would be punished. Just like how he trained Dosen in the beginning, carrot and stick with the right way. After training the blizzard beasts, List began his own chi practice today. Fire Surge and Fire Dragon Drill had been practiced by him to perfection. He was considering whether or not he should cultivate another chi secret manual. In the end, he decided not to cultivate any new chi secret manuals, biting off more than he could chew. Not to mention, he still had multiple arrows to cultivate. The bowstring was pulled into a full moon. With his do chi attached to the arrows, he released his grip, and the 3 arrows flew out in a triangular formation. In the blink of an eye, they hit the bullseye of the target that was 200 meters away. According to Marcus's teachings, as long as the Earth Knight grasped the basics of dual arrow shooting and dual arrow crossing, he would be able to become a godly archer and display great strength on the battlefield. However, List was not satisfied. He had successfully trained 3 simultaneous arrows to a basic skill. He casually shot 3 arrows, and none of them missed their target within 200 meters. Next, he planned to cultivate the 3 spiraling arrows into a basic skill. The spiraling arrows would be even more difficult to control, and the lethality would be even greater. There is the blizzard beast guarding outside. The rock grenade fire is continuous, and I am in command inside, coupled with the flying arrows. I am afraid that no matter how many Earth Knight there are, they won't be able to get close to me. In the end, strength was something that one had to grasp personally. Only then would one have more confidence. Throughout the morning, he was immersed in cultivation, honing his fighting skills and taking potions scientifically. After luncheon, he patrolled the territory, then looked at the siren, Chi studying magic, and teased Ella, who was angry at being confined. Not long after, a servant came to report, "Master, Mr. Marcus is back and is waiting for you in the hall." "Is that so? Teacher Marcus, please come to the study." A moment later, when he saw Marcus, he asked, "Is everything going well on Black Horse Island?" He reached out and motioned Marcus to sit down and talk. Marcus held the milk tea sent by the servant and said, "Everything is going well at present. With the assistance of Russell and Griffin, the serfs have been managed with remarkable results. At present, the construction of the roads and houses on the main streets of Port Town has been completed, and the warehouse area of Black Horse Port is being prepared. Black Horse Port is an important port for the construction of Black Horse Island. All materials must pass through Black Horse Port, so a large warehouse area is essential. This time, bring more wheat flour with you and hurry up to build the mill. It is expected that after a while, the fleet of serfs from Tulip Castle will return. I will separate 1,000 of the 2,500 serfs and move them to Port Town." "Understood, my lord." Marcus was very excited about the upcoming serfs. Now he was working with hundreds of people, and his efficiency was very low. He did not have the pleasure of a national war like he did in Flower Town. After talking about the construction of Port Town, the topic quickly shifted to the rubber tree, the 3 sprite worm triplets, and List was eagerly looking forward to it. "My lord, the rubber tree worm stalk is growing well. According to your instructions, I have sent people to water a lot of compost next to the roots. The broken branches have begun to heal, the cracked bark has healed, and there is no wilting of branches and leaves." Last time, after Liz came back by boat, he asked Costo to carry a lot of compost for the rubber tree to fertilize. Sprite worms bred in the wild often die because of malnutrition. He did not want such an accident to happen in his territory. Once the sprite worm is born, immediately rush back to Flower Town to inform me. "Understood. Have you counted how many rubber trees there are on Black Horse Island?" Russell is in charge of this matter. He ran all over the island with trees and got an accurate number. There are a total of 573 mature rubber trees and some immature rubber trees mixed in the bushes. He could not count them, but the total number should be more than 1,000. 1,000 rubber trees is not a lot. How is the rubber research on the rubber trees? "My lord, it has been verified that the rubber is not poisonous. I caught some snakes, rabbits, pheasants, and deer. After drinking the rubber, They behaved normally, and the rubber did not solidify in their stomachs. The rubber was collected in a wooden barrel. After a while, the surface layer will solidify, but the rubber inside is still liquid. Did you bring the rubber back? Without damaging the rubber trees, a total of 10 barrels of rubber were collected, and all of them have been brought back. They are all sealed in wooden barrels. As long as the thin layer of hardshell is cracked on the surface, the liquid rubber inside can be poured out. Very well. Immediately let someone carry the rubber to the castle. I want to do the experiment myself. List was in a good mood. He was still worried about how to collect and store the rubber. He did not expect Marcus to find a way. The servant took the order and left. List remembered something. By the way, have you refined the bee venom? It has been refined, Marcus said, solemnly putting the small pottery jar he brought with him on the desk. My lord, the jar contains all the bee venom. After my tests, the bee venom is very toxic, far more than 10 times more toxic than the fast-growing poisonous thorns. One drop can kill a deer. The deer is not a large animal, but it is not a small animal either. A drop of bee venom can kill a deer, indicating that it can at least hurt humans. It can be seen that the toxicity is really fierce. No wonder the 16 serfs were stung to death just because they were lazy. It can be called highly toxic. Chapter 295. The siren Chi lay on a rocking chair padded with animal skin cushions and gently swayed her body. The rocking chair tailored for Liz's figure was a little too big for Chi, who was only 5 meters tall. Instead of staying in the shell, she dragged a long ribbon of seawater and lay down on the rocking chair. Without her feet, she couldn't leave the range of the shell. Fortunately, she could control the seawater and stretch it into a ribbon. Otherwise, she wouldn't even be able to get out of the shell. It was a very strange visual experience. Without feet, the area below her bare feet gradually turned into seawater. List has never been able to figure out what kind of feeling this is. He sat next to Chi and finally couldn't help asking, Chi, do you feel anything below your ankle? Yes, brother, this seawater is a part of Chi's body. Although the feeling is not as clear as Chi's flesh and blood part, I still feel it. Really, can I study it? Liz smiled gently. I'm really too curious. Chi lowered her head shyly, and then secretly glanced up at List. Well, brother, if you like it, Chi will study it for you. Hee. Humans should not have seen a real siren. Got permission. Of course, List would not be polite anymore. He immediately squatted down and touched Chi's ankle. The skin was delicate, smooth, and elastic, as if he was holding a mass of flesh and blood made of water. The tip of his nose seemed to smell a faint fragrance, which was Chi's body fragrance. The delicate touch made List's mind shake, but he quickly recovered and began to concentrate on his research. The area where the ankle and the seawater gradually changed felt a bit like gelatin. After casting magic eyes, he could see that the magic in this area was very active, far more than the magic in Chi's body. Chi, what would happen if your ankle was cut off from the water belt? He asked. Chi thought about it seriously and replied, Chi should be very uncomfortable and injured, because Chi is not yet an adult and can't leave the shell. Well, List gave up this idea. How would you feel if I touched the sea with my hands? I can feel my brother's hand. It's the same feeling as Ella and the bug baby swimming in the sea. Well, how to say it, the sea is a part of Chi, but it can't be regarded as Chi's body. It's probably like what Big Brother said, the relationship between elves and worm stalks. Even so, Liz still didn't know what kind of feeling it was. Harming the worm stalk would injure the sprite, and in serious cases, it could even threaten the sprite's life. However, most of the sprites would be able to survive even if the worm stalk were to die. They would be able to grow a new seed and grow into a new worm stalk. Even though their vitality would be greatly damaged, at least they would still be alive. Chi suddenly asked, Brother, do you think sirens are a kind of spirit? I don't know, but even if it's an elf, it's still a sea elf, different from Ella. List touched Chi's calf and stomach, which felt more comfortable. Look at Chi. Your body is almost the same as a human body, but Ella's body is different. Yes. Chi nodded. Ella is like a soft jade. Chi and my brother are both flesh and blood. That's why you can master magic. List was finally willing to let go of Chi's legs. He stood up and rubbed the attractive blue hair. Is there any new progress in your water arrow shooting? Not yet, but Chi has already found the reason. This book, Detailed Description of Advanced Concept for Mages, has a very detailed record. It turns out that the reason why Chi's water arrow volley failed was because she didn't form a magic array in her body. Mages need to engrave magic in the form of a magic array in their body. List has studied magic books, but he just flipped through them and didn't go into detail. Are there any magic circles in this pile of magic books? There are a lot of them. Magicians like to write research notes on magic runes and magic circles. Chi smiled very brightly. Brother, it won't be long before Chi becomes a real magician. I'm looking forward to it. Under the apple tree, there was also a rocking chair. Liz sat on it, lazily enjoying the sun. It was already past February 15th. Sure enough, as the serfs of Flower Town said, winter would be dispelled in mid-February every year. Several days of sunny days have melted most of the snow in Flower Town. The weather was still below zero, but it was worth going out to bask in the sun. It was rare for him to release the 8 little ones in Dosen. Perhaps it was the natural relationship between father and son. The 8 little ones were very entangled with Dosen, chasing Dosen around the castle. The castle servants have become accustomed to the dangerous and terrifying intermediate world of Warcraft. Sometimes they even forget that the Blizzard Beast is an intermediate world of Warcraft and just treat them as a litter of dogs. Lord Baron, you are so relaxed. Elkson, wearing a magic cloak, came over. Please sit down, Mr. Elkson. I have completed the potion configuration of the snow flame mushroom. It is surprising that this kind of flame mushroom, which likes the cold, has fire magic that ordinary flame mushrooms can't compare to. Please test this potion first, he said, handing over a crystal tube. The golden red liquid swayed in the crystal tube. This is the 4th potion of Flower Town after Black Tulip, ordinary flame mushroom, and fast-growing magic thorns. The snow flame mushroom is a magic potion. The technology of planting the snow flame mushroom in the greenhouses has been developed by the serfs who were stimulated by gold coins. After launching a major battle, 50 acres of mixed greenhouses were opened in a short period of time to plant snow flame mushrooms. List hopes to harvest a batch of snow flame mushrooms before the weather warms up. This potion likes cold weather and cannot be planted in hot weather. It is a seasonal potion. There are only 3 months of winter each year, and it can be planted about 2 or 3 times. However, its strong fire magic and its habit of growing in winter can make up for the production of potions in winter. After all, the growth of all kinds of potions will be delayed or even stagnant in winter. Drinking the potion in the crystal tube, Liz suddenly felt the flames rising in his stomach, several times stronger than the ordinary flame mushroom magic potion, and he almost cried out. The fire magic rolled in his body, crazily stimulating his cells to expand and absorb the violent magic. If there was a thermometer, List felt that his current body temperature was at least 60 degrees. This burst of magic power disappeared as quickly as it came. 2 minutes later, everything returned to normal. Calming himself down, he felt that the combat energy in his body had increased by a large margin. The effect was really violent. It's great, Elkson. How many potions can you make? Unfortunately, the production of snow flame mushrooms is too small. Now it seems that I can make 3 more ice flame potions. Ice flame potion is the abbreviation of snow flame mushroom magic potion. Hearing Elkson's words, List was a little disappointed. It was a good thing, but there was too little of it. He felt that he should store the ice flame potion. When the effects of the flame and thorns potions weaken, he can use the ice flame potion to stimulate it. Chapter 296. As the sun shone on their faces, the working serfs took off their heavy cotton-padded jackets, shouted slogans, and raised their axes to chop the fast-growing iron thorns. The fast-growing iron thorns were ironwood quality wood that would immediately sink to the bottom of the water. Therefore, ordinary bone tools could not chop them off. Iron tools had to be used. However, The Flower Town's bone shop had very hard bone tools. Decayed, ancient fire dragon bone fragments were used as raw materials. The bone tools of the bone shop were not sold to the public. Instead, they were numbered and distributed to the serfs for free. Even though they had long decayed and lost the magical power of the dragon, they were still dragon bones. List did not want them to wander outside the town. The dragon bone machete was used to chop the fast-growing iron thorns. The effect was similar to that of a fine steel machete, but it was more durable. The serfs had a dragon bone machete in their hands. It took them about half an hour to chop off a fast-growing iron thorns the thickness of an adult's arm. Unfortunately, the dragon bones could not be polished more finely to make a dragon bone saw. Currently, the iron saw was still the most effective in logging. A team of 2 could saw off a fast-growing iron thorns in 5 minutes. Unfortunately, there was a lack of iron. Iron was needed in all aspects, so the iron saw could not be made. In any case, the scene was in full swing. Liz stood far away outside the Garden of Thorns and looked around. It could be considered as a tour of the logging site. The Flower Town surf logging team was definitely a fighting team. At first, with crude tools in World of Warcraft, the huge Thorns Ridge was completely cut down, not to mention the trifling Garden of Thorns. The officials headed by Gort were also very combative. They organized the serfs to carry out the logging work in an orderly manner. Cutting trees, cutting branches, transporting wood, gathering branches and leaves, replenishing and replacing damaged tools, providing hot water, and bandaging wounds. They worked in groups in an orderly manner. Fast-growing iron thorns are high-quality ironwood thorns under the influence of Ella. Although thorns are short shrubs, and it is difficult for them to grow into towering trees like rock and stone trees, they can grow rapidly. They can be harvested with the thickness of an arm and used to make furniture and wood. Liz said to the person beside him. The person beside him was none other than Viscount Trick Wildgrass's son, Aubrey Wildgrass, a big fat man. I felt the charm of fast-growing iron thorns in the carpenter's shop. It's amazing quality, and it grows even faster than weeds. It's definitely incomparable to weeds, but it takes 3 months for it to mature. It's really amazing, but it's not easy to cultivate it. Without Ella, its growth cycle may slow down by a dozen times. Judging from our planting situation in the Thorns Ridge, it will take about 3 years to mature. Even if it's only 3 years, it's still amazing. Aubrey said enviously. The nobles say that Ella's potion will bring you glory. These ironwood thorns are also a lot of glory. If Beer Island wants to introduce it, I can provide the roots of fast-growing iron brambles. List laughed. The last kind of thorns that Ella lacked was provided by Beer Island. List has always remembered this favor. Really? Then I have to thank you properly. Sell me a little more hops. How about I give you 30% of the share that I can't control? You're very generous, Aubrey. Aubrey patted his belly. I also enjoy your generosity. The food in your castle is going to kill me. You're so fat. Can you go to the battlefield? I'm not going to the battlefield. At most, I'll follow orders of chivalry to get some achievements. Business is more suitable for me. By the way, List, how about I sell your ironwood furniture? Although the Beer Castle channel is shabby compared to the Tulip Castle channel, our fleet is bolder and runs farther. According to the information List had, the Beer Castle fleet seemed to have joined forces with the fleets of several small and medium-sized nobles on the outer islands to control a smuggling route and sell goods to certain areas of the Eagle Kingdom. Of course, as long as it was not smuggling weapons, the Count would turn a blind eye to it. After thinking about it, List responded, as long as the profit is right, why not give it to the Beer Castle to sell? Today, Aubrey came to Flower Town as a guest to talk about business. First, he wanted to order more flower soap, and second, he wanted to get a share of the flower wine. Just in time for Flower Town to start cutting down fast-growing iron thorns, they talked about the sales cooperation of ironwood furniture. Aubrey wanted to cooperate. Liz didn't want to always use the Tulip Castle channel, and the two hit it off. The luncheon atmosphere was very warm, and when the specific cooperation matters were settled in the evening, the atmosphere was even more warm. Gort, as the representative of List, forced Aubrey and his party to the ground with the fragrance of flower wine. Finally, Everyone was thrown into the public bathroom to take a hot bath. Just like any era, after the arrival of the privileged class, public bathrooms were suspended from opening to civilians. He did not keep Aubrey and others in the castle. Liszt did not like to stay in the castle with people other than his family. Moreover, there was the siren A Chi on the second floor. Aubrey and his party were a lot, and the castle could not accommodate them. He arranged for Aubrey and his party to live in the aristocratic residential area. With the current development of Flower Town, more aristocrats will come in the future. Should I build a guest house? There is no similar hostel building in the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. All the aristocrats receive visiting aristocratic guests in their own castles. Liszt decided to open a precedent. After all, he had enough reasons. The castle was small and could not accommodate a few people. Not only would it not violate aristocratic etiquette, but it would also be praised for being warm and thoughtful. However, with the development of the territory, after he became a great aristocrat, he would no longer be able to use the guest house to receive guests. Otherwise, the guests would think that he was not valued and laugh at the poverty of the castle. He rubbed his forehead. Drink 2 more glasses of wine with Aubrey. Liszt was a little tipsy, he was not very sleepy, and he was not in the mood to write history. He had not touched the historical masterpiece Dragons Fighting in the Wild that he had vowed to compile for a whole week. He would rather bask in the sun than write when he had time. He rummaged in the corner of the study and found a wooden stick carved with a beautiful pattern. Is this my sideshack? Sideshack, like frac abier, is a standard of aristocracy. It is a decorative tool that reflects aristocratic demeanor and identity. In the hands of the king, it is called a scepter. In the hands of the aristocracy, it is called a civilizing stick. The civilizing stick can be carved with patterns, inlaid with gems, made of wood, or made of metal. Liszt's sideshack is a wooden civilizing stick with tulip patterns carved on it. It was given by the count at his enfeoffment ceremony. However, since coming to Flower Town, he has not picked it up, let alone attended aristocratic gatherings with it. Young aristocrats are rarely willing to walk with a civilizing stick. I have several thorn crutches for dog training. Should I ask a carpenter to carve a high-quality, fast-growing iron thorn civilizing stick for me? Liszt touched his chin and had a sudden whim. The civilizing stick in his hand is made of more than 100 years old rockwood. It is of good quality, but Flower Town now has fast-growing iron thorns. Using a rock civilizing stick is not in line with his identity. Immediately, he ordered someone to call the person in charge of the carpentry shop. Carve a civilizing stick for me. Take this civilizing stick as a sample and engrave the name Ella on it. Chapter 297. After Aubrey and his party left, the town regained its tranquility. Flower soap, flower wine, gourmet food, and ironwood. There are more and more specialties in Flower Town. Liszt sat in his study, looking through the government records sent by Gort and silently drinking milk tea. The net profit of flower soap is 5 gold coins a day. As long as the technology is not stolen or counterfeited, it can continue to monopolize the market and gradually expand its scale by relying on the channels of Tulip Castle and Beer Castle. No one should know the technical formula of flower soap in a short time. The soap maker, Bernal Bastard, is constantly improving the formula of flower soap. Compared with the original flower soap, the current flower soap, although the main ingredients are soap powder, pancreas, and plant ash, but a variety of auxiliary materials have been added. This makes the variety of flower soap more abundant and the cleaning effect better. Even if there is a clumsy counterfeit soap on the market, it will not have much impact on the flower soap. Liszt picked up a quill and dipped it in ink and wrote the number 10 on a blank piece of thick bass paper. He hoped that the flower soap could achieve a net profit of 10 gold coins a day. If it was done, there'd be no need to worry about the food of the castle and the blizzard beast. So, I was worried that the blizzard beast would eat me poor, but it was just a worry. As a transmigrator, I still have some stock in my stomach, and a casual sale can bring me a lot of profit. He thought with some pride. Flower soap is now the pillar industry of Flower Town. Food is also a pillar. Although it doesn't make much money, it has greatly improved the reputation of Flower Town. Now everyone on Coral Island knows that Flower Town has the most delicious food. However, reputation is not very important to the aristocracy. At most, people will pay attention to Flower Town and List. List himself doesn't pay attention to it. He developed these delicacies for his own stomach. What really makes him pay attention to is the upcoming liquor business. Next, eat meat or drink porridge. It depends on the power of the fresh flower brew. At present, the expansion of the brewing workshop has not been completed. The brewer sent by his brother Levis is already in place. He is learning brewing techniques from Frank distillers and others. His family has also settled down in Flower Town. 13,000 gene of iron has been shipped in 2 batches. Corn and other brewing materials have also been shipped in batches. The wooden, ceramic, and jade vases were currently being carved. Levis's tutor, Frank, also known as Frank, often runs back and forth with the convoy to supervise the progress of the brewery. Obviously, Levis is more anxious than List. Levis has taken some of the fresh flower brew to all the aristocrats in the 6 cities of Coral Island and invited them to taste the new wine. His desk was already full of orders. In another week, the first batch of flower wine will probably be brewed and then packaged for the market. The quill stopped for a moment. List wrote the number 50 on the thick bass paper. He hoped that he could make a net profit of 50 gold coins from the flower brew business every day. However, he raised his eyebrows slightly. He then crossed out the number 50 and wrote 100. Here, white wine could be treated as a luxury item. Moreover, it was a daily luxury item that the nobles flocked to. As long as he could capture Coral Island and Red Crab Island, he should be able to earn 100 gold coins a day. If he could capture Golden Island and New Land Island, he would earn even more. At that time, Black Horse Island could be fully developed, instead of secretly sending hundreds of serfs working day and night to barely build a few streets and a few rows of houses. When the rubber tree sprite worm is in place, List intends to immediately expand the rubber tree planting area. After the beginning of spring, the Black Blood horse pasture will also be expanded. This requires a lot of manpower and money. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, I have the smoke task, which has rewarded me with 4 kinds of potions. The revenue from the Black Tulip is used to pay for the current construction of Flower Town and Black Horse Island. Barely enough. Flame Mushroom, Snow Flame Mushroom, and fast-growing magic thorns are left for me to take. The Black Tulip can bring about 400 or 500 gold coins a month. Basically, as soon as it enters the account, it will be invested in the construction of the town. Now, it is the early expansion and money-burning stage. Just buying food alone costs hundreds of gold coins every month. The price of food is astonishingly high, especially in winter when the aristocratic lords on Coral Island barely eat themselves and are reluctant to sell food. This winter, a lot of farmland will be reclaimed. I hope that Flower Town can be self-sufficient in food. No, I will be satisfied if it can meet 3/4 of the rations. After all, there are not enough sprite worms to increase the harvest. The remaining quarter of the gap, I will spend money to buy it. At this time, it was time to tighten one's belt and work hard. Only by experiencing hardship can one rise above others. List feels that the first thing to do is to ensure the quality of his life. So, the expenditure of the castle is almost catching up with the standard of a Viscount Lord. It is also because of his extravagant eating and drinking that he was able to advance to an elite Earth Knight in a short period of time and rapidly increase the total amount of chi. The excellent bloodline of those great aristocrats, who were able to become a Sky Knight in their 20s, also came from eating and drinking. Eating World of Warcraft meat buns, drinking potions like water, and even a pig can fly. His uncle Messillo was a living example. He had a waste aptitude, yet he was still trained by Marquis Merlin to become a Sky Knight. He yawned. List is impatient to look at these administrative records again. He threw the quill into the ink box. Why do I need to know how much I spend and how much I earn every day? I only need to care about whether I have enough money to spend, whether it can meet my needs for life and practice, and then continue to grow stronger. He got up and left the study. He asked someone to call Paris. He was ready for a real battle and to sweat a little. After a hearty battle, he felt comfortable all over. He had a good appetite at noon, ate a plate of tomato, scrambled eggs, and took a comfortable nap. Just after waking up, List received good news. Marcus has returned to Flower Town on the flower. He hurried to the castle. Sir, rubber tree sprite worms have been born. Incredible, it's 3 sprite worms. Unheard of. Russell, Griffin, and I checked every 2 hours. In the early morning, it was my turn to check, and I personally saw 3 sprite worms crawl out one after another. When he said this, for fear that List would not believe it, he deliberately emphasized that he would personally check the tree. List was already aware of it. Therefore, he did not show any surprise. He just nodded calmly. I understand, Teacher Marcus. These are sprite worm triplets. They are admittedly mystical, but they are not impossible. When the flower is unloaded and loaded, we will set off immediately. He was surprised by the Lord's reaction. Marcus also suppressed his excitement and regained his composure. Yes, sir. Originally, the flower could not sail at night, and sailing at night was very dangerous. However, because of the sprite worm's impatience, List urged Costo to set off in the afternoon when the flower was full of cargo. Breaking through the sea, the waves splashed. Facing the sunset, they sailed at full speed. Chapter 298. As night fell, the flowers circled around before finding the Black Horse Harbor. The Black Horse Harbor needs a lighthouse, sir. Sailing at night on the sea can be distinguished by the stars, but there is no way to accurately find the location of the harbor. Costo said after stopping the ship, I don't have an architect now, and the Black Horse Island is not yet exposed. He got off the ship. Without any nonsense, riding Dosen, List went directly to the location of the rubber tree sprite. The crystal lamp illuminated the road, and he easily followed the bushes that had already formed a path to his destination. He cast Magic Eye. He saw the position of the 3 sprite worms, motionless on a branch. Without any nonsense, he began to climb the tree directly. For the elite Earth Knight, climbing the tree was a piece of cake, and he easily arrived at the branch where the sprite worms were resting. Under the light, 3 fat, milky white rubber tree sprite worms were lined up, not knowing if they were sleeping or not. They were almost pure white, even their eyes were white, and it was impossible to distinguish which side was the head and which side was the tail. Their fingers were long and as thick as a thumb. They looked like silkworms, but more beautiful and exquisite, as if they were living creatures carved out of jade. Even if List could see the sprite worms in the castle every day, he would still be amazed at their beauty and wonder. Little guys, don't sleep. Have some jade powder for a midnight snack, he said softly, and the next step was the basic operation. He smeared the jade powder in front of the sprite worms, tempted them to wake up, and began to lick the jade powder. Then, he smeared the jade powder on his fingers and put it in the mouth of the sprite worm. He took a bite. He contracted a sprite worm. He took a bite. Then he contracted another sprite worm. He took a third bite. The last sprite worm contract was successful. At this point, the rubber tree sprite worm triplets were all contracted, establishing a telepathic owner relationship. Come to my hand. He stretched out his hand and caught the 3 chubby sprite worms. There was a wonderful feeling in his heart. It felt as if there were 3 vague emotions repeated in his mind, and the emotions of the triplets were almost perfectly synchronized. Everything was the same, and the reaction to List was the same. He climbed from his hand to his shoulder. He followed List and left the worm stalk. Congratulations to Sir for contracting a new sprite worm. Marcus, Russell, and Griffin, who crowded around him, congratulated him. List put the sprite worm into the jade box held by the servant and accepted it with a smile. You have worked hard to guard the sprite worm during this time. I have brought a barrel of fresh flower wine. You can share it. Thank you for your generosity, my lord. I also want to thank you for your hard work in building Black Horse Island. After a few polite words, they soon arrived at the port town and rested for the night. Tomorrow, List would return to Flower Town. He was not needed on Black Horse Island. Marcus, Russell, Griffin, the rubber tree sprite worm contract has been completed, but I do not intend to migrate the rubber tree sprite worm stock. The environment in that area is very suitable for the growth of rubber trees. If you have free time, you can organize a group of serfs to move the scattered rubber tree saplings around the cordyceps and plant a rubber tree garden. Yes, my lord. The next morning, Lys got up very early. Because he wanted to communicate with his mount, Lightning, he rode on it for a walk and left under Lightning's reluctant gaze. Sitting in the bow, looking at the sea, he thought it would be another boring voyage, but the white clouds floating in the sky inexplicably moved his heart, as if there were countless sparks of inspiration bursting out. It was a familiar melody, quietly floating in his heart and lingering in his ears. Without hesitation, he quickly took out thick bass paper and ink, picked up a quill, patted it on Dosun's body, and began to record these melodies. A moment later, the melody gently dissipated in his ears, and dense notes were recorded on the thick bast paper. It's City of the Sky. He shook the thick bast paper, and the light in his mind had gone out, but his heart still echoed with the excitement of recording the notes. The melody that emerged in his ears was the familiar City of the Sky, comparable to Alice, or it should be called With You. This is the classic work of music master Hiroshi Hisaishi, the theme song of Hayao Miyazaki's classic animated film City of the Sky. Even the popularity of this song had surpassed that of the film. He solemnly put away the music score that he had hurriedly recorded and summoned the smoke mission. The serpentines impressively changed. Mission completed. Reward, the melody of With You. This indicated that Duniko Hyacinth had received the letter he had sent. At the same time, the smoke mission conveniently unearthed the melody in his memory. The power of fate is really magical. Even memories can emerge. I wonder when I will be rewarded with memories related to cement. I should have seen and studied how to make cement, but unfortunately, I only vaguely remember the principle. Limestone and clay are mixed and ground, and then calcined in a kiln. He had not yet figured out what limestone looked like, nor had he found clay. He was temporarily powerless to develop cement. Once the smoke mission unearthed his memory, the limestone and clay images that he had browsed through would emerge, and he would be able to easily find limestone and clay. The same was true for glass. His thoughts just flashed by. The smoke serpentines had quickly changed. Mission. The fast-growing iron thorns have matured, and the carpenters of the carpenter's shop have also accepted the impact of new inventions. It is time to promote the arrival of the ironwood era in Flower Town. Please build a carpentry workshop and produce new furniture. Reward. 3 wild tea trees. Huh. He saw the reward. It turned out to be a wild tea tree. There was tea in this world, but it was coffee and milk tea. There was no such thing as tea. He had never drunk China tea. Even in the Knight's novel, he did not find any information about tea. He once thought that there was no such plant as tea tree here. He did not expect that he would be rewarded with a wild tea tree. It must be in a corner of Black Horse Island. Tea is a good thing. Drinking tea can be used for health care, especially to relieve greasy oil, digestion, and diuresis. If I remember correctly, in ancient China, tea was a strategic material like salt and iron, especially when trading with nomadic people in the north. Nomadic people mainly ate meat. Greasy food was not easy to digest and needed tea to digest. That's why there was the tea horse exchange, where strategic materials and horses were exchanged for tea. Even the independence of the United States could be said to have been caused by tea. The Boston tea pouring incident in opposition to the tea tax law was the direct trigger of the War of Independence. The importance of tea was evident. Lys' situation was similar. He ate too much meat, especially World of Warcraft meat, which was more greasy and difficult to digest than ordinary meat. With the help of tea, he could better absorb the nutrients of World of Warcraft meat. This applied to most nobles. It is conceivable that tea will become another of my specialties. Chapter 299. This chapter is Fantasy Reaper 11, Reward Added. Not only did he want to build a carpentry workshop, but he also wanted to build a logging yard and a timber warehouse near the Garden of Thorns. He had already thought about it. In the Garden of Thorns, Ella could influence 3/4 of the magic ingredients, 1/4 the ironwood, and a small number of ordinary fast-growing thorns. Ordinary fast-growing thorns were the source of all kinds of mutated thorns, and he still hoped that they could produce new mutations. In the Thorns Ridge, on the periphery of the Garden of Thorns, except for areas that could be reclaimed as farmland, the rest was planted with ironwood. Only a small area was left for planting fast-growing thorny thorns and fast-growing poisonous thorns to ensure that they did not go extinct. In the future, Flower Town could actually be renamed Thorns Town. Whoa, whoa. After returning to the castle, Ella immediately came out to greet him. When Liz took the rubber tree sprite worm triplets out of the jade box, it immediately rushed forward, grabbed one, and continued to shout, "Whoa, whoa." "Ella, put in the box in the worm room. Don't break it," List hurriedly shouted. Fortunately, Ella could distinguish the severity of the situation. It grabbed the sprite worm and played with it, but never dared to hurt them, because it knew very well that List would not allow it. This was the power of the contract, which made it irresistible. The three rubber sprites were a little flustered. After being comforted by List, they calmed down a little and began to crawl around the box sprinkled with jade powder. From time to time, they would bump into other sprite worms and say hello. They were triplets, and their minds were synchronized. Although he did not see the use of this, at least the number of List sprite worms increased to 12. The initial excitement had calmed down, and he began to think, there are rubber sprite worm triplets, but there are no 3 rubber tree worm stalks. So, did I make a profit or a loss? Overall, it was a loss. After all, it took 3 portions of jade powder to raise them, but the range of influence of the rubber tree worm stalks was no different from that of a single sprite worm. No. Suddenly, he froze. It is not that there is no difference. At least, it is not known that the range of influence of the rubber tree worm stalks is 3 times that of ordinary worm stalks. Also, with the birth of 3 at once, when it comes to evolving into a lesser sprite in the future, wouldn't the probability of success increase by 3 times? Staring at the rubber worm triplets that were crawling leisurely, he felt that this mutation was definitely not just a simple increase in numbers. There must be something magical about it, but no one had discovered it yet. Since he couldn't think of anything, he gave up on the thought. He crossed the aisle and went to chat with the siren Achi. Achi still hadn't succeeded in casting water arrow volley. She was focused on engraving magic arrays. She was very serious and diligent. She was studying magic books almost all day long. Sometimes Liz thought, don't raise the innocent and pure siren into a crazy woman like Curtis Truth. After all, there was something wrong with most mages' brains. Achi, take a break. Don't tire yourself out. I'm not tired at all, brother. Achi will be able to engrave the water arrow magic array soon. Hee. At that time, Achi will be the magician Achi. By the way, brother, do you think Achi should change her name? All magicians seem to have the surname Truth. Achi thought seriously. List couldn't help but smile. Achi Aloyd's Truth? Sounds very imposing. Achi shook her head and said word by word. No, it should be Tana, Histi Europamini, Seleno Luciti, Fulcus Bonise, Cassandra Aloyd's Truth. Hearing this long list of names, List couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Why did a little siren who was born in the sea and had never even seen her clansmen have to give herself such a long list of names? Before he recovered from the shock of the names, Achi giggled. Hee, I'll listen to my brother. Call me Achi Aloyd's Truth. It turned out that she was just joking. He ruffled her hair hard. List sighed in his heart. The shivering little siren had learned to make jokes. Time is really a butcher's knife. He should protect her and not let the dirty society affect Achi's purity. The construction of the carpentry workshop progressed rapidly. There were 5 carpenters in Border Town, and they also brought a group of apprentice carpenters. Under their guidance, hundreds of serfs worked hard for a few days and built the carpentry workshop near the Garden of Thorns. It was a primitive workshop without any technical content. The sawmill was also casually set up. A few shacks were built, and the fast-growing iron thorns were sawed into sections and cut into sheets. The timber warehouse was even simpler. They just needed to randomly divide a piece of land, erect a few pillars, weave a roof with thorns and straw, and fix it to the pillars. This was a timber warehouse. The iron thorns that couldn't be cut in time were temporarily moved to the warehouse and piled up. After the carpentry workshop was completed, List also drew several designs for wooden furniture. This is the drawing of the drawers. Look carefully. When making cabinets and tables, remember to add the drawers. You have to fully use your imagination on the design. This is an antique shelf. It's very different from a bookshelf. A bookshelf is used to store books, while an antique shelf is used to store valuables. The lattice can be big or small. Like the rocking chair, the drawers and antique shelf were the other two new types of furniture that Liszt had chosen. He was preparing to introduce them to the aristocracy. In fact, he could also consider a baby cradle, but poor babies couldn't afford an ironwood cradle. Aristocratic babies had servants to take care of them and didn't need a special cradle, so it was meaningless to invent it. When all the carpenters had gotten the drawings, Liszt took out a new practical living product that he had recently thought of. It's called a clothes rack. As the name implies, it's used to dry clothes. As an aristocrat, there was no need to wash or dry clothes. It was all done by the servants. But when he admired little Lily, the maid with the best figure in the castle, drying the clothes, he found that the clothes were hung directly on a line to dry. When collecting clothes, especially formal dresses like the frac à brûler, they were also hung on a wooden frame, which was easy to leave creases at the waist. In other words, there were no clothes racks. Modern clothes racks were generally made of iron wire. As a Grand Duchy of Sapphire lacked iron, it was impossible to use iron clothes racks. Polished wooden clothes racks with rounded support would not break the shape of the clothes shoulders. It was the most suitable choice for drying formal dresses, and it was also very convenient to obtain materials. Clothes racks, rocking chair, drawers, antique shelf. The carpentry workshop would introduce them one after another. But although these were all new types of furniture that were bound to cause a revolution in home furnishings, Liszt didn't expect them to bring much profit. After all, the carpenters of foreign aristocrats would probably know how to imitate them with a few glances. To occupy the market, he had to rely on the quality of thorny ironwood. The quality of ironwood, coupled with its low price, such a household item, was definitely the favorite product of small and medium-sized aristocrats. At that time, the carpentry workshop could not only produce household items, but also provide ironwood quality spear shafts and arrow shafts for Tulip Castle. The Flower Town's ironwood era would soon arrive. Chapter 300. It will take a few days for the carpentry workshop to go into operation. Liszt is now concerned about the flower wine that is about to go on the market. He went to Tulip Castle and brought a barrel of raw pulp to the Count. "Is this the flower wine?" The Count took a sip and nodded. "You make me look at you, Liszt. The liquor business is easier to make money than the potion business. This is a profiteering industry. The flower wine business also needs the protection of my father. Of course, I am your father. The flower wine has shown me many possibilities. Maybe it will become the biggest help for the Tulip family to climb the power ladder." The Count obviously saw the hidden profits behind the liquor. Levis, Lavera, you, and Lytton are the blood of the family. He felt that the Count's next words meant to divide the profits of the liquor equally. Liszt interrupted directly. "Father, I thought my brother had already reported to you about the flower wine cooperation." As he spoke, he glanced at Levis standing next to him. "Of course I have reported it. Without my father's approval, how could the flower wine be successfully launched on Coral Island?" Levis hurriedly said, "The result of my discussion with my father is that I will take out 20% of the profits and give it to the Tulip family for the use of the channel. The rest is divided between us two brothers. Liszt wants 40% of the profits, and the remaining 60% is Levis's. Now it seems that Levis only took 40% and handed over 20% to Tulip Castle. From Levis's attitude, Liszt has generally understood and said, I also think such a distribution of benefits is very reasonable. Although my brother, as the heir to Tulip Castle, can use the channel at will, after all, he is not separated from Lytton. He should take care of his brother and leave 20% for Tulip Castle. As you said, Liszt, Lytton is also my younger brother. How can I not take care of him? Father, you can nurture Lytton with 20% of the profits. I won't have any complaints. The two brothers, one by one, they directly determined the distribution of profits, blocking any room for the Count to interrupt. Perhaps as a father, he feels that the value of flower brew is too great and he should take out more profits to redistribute. But for Levis and List, this is absolutely impossible. Even Vera and the others weren't willing to take them along, let alone Lytton, his half-brother. On this point, the two brothers were firm. The Count sat behind his desk and looked at Levis and List. Both of them looked calm, as if nothing had happened. He couldn't help but look gloomy. He drank the fresh flower wine in the cup in one gulp. He then put down his cup heavily. Should I feel proud of your shrewdness? It's only been 20 years since you've become a major noble. Have you really inherited the initiative that I'm looking forward to? Why has Tulip Castle begun to emit the stench of decay like all the other nobles? Father, I practice diligently all the time, looking forward to making meritorious contributions on the battlefield like you. Levis put his left hand on his chest and said solemnly. List didn't want to explain. He didn't need to explain anything. The development of Flower Town was the most powerful proof. He even had the mood to make a joke. Just like wine, the older it gets, maybe decay is an outstanding manifestation of aristocratic temperament. List, I'm not joking with you. The Count looked at his second son, who was getting more and more blurry in front of him, and suddenly felt that his authority as a father was crumbling. You didn't joke before. I'm pleased that you've grown up, but I don't want you to lose some family love. When he was a child, List was very afraid of his father. But now List puts the Count in an equal position between father and son. It's no big deal to quarrel again. There's nothing to be afraid of. The Count can't break his son's leg. So, he directly expressed his point of view. Father, maybe you think that sharing between brothers and sisters is family, but I feel that I hold an invincible sword in my hand and can protect my brothers and sisters. It is also a kind of family. I think what List said makes sense. Levis agreed. The Count was silent for a moment. He poured another glass of flower wine for himself, and one for each of Levis and List. He raised his glass and gestured slightly. I hope you can all remember what you said today. Besides, decay is not the temperament that aristocrats should have. The atmosphere eased. List picked up his glass. He pretended to drink it in one gulp. He really didn't like to drink white wine. After drinking the wine, Levis suddenly said, Father, what about the top flower wine for the Grand Duke? I need to go to the palace in a few days to participate in a spring court meeting. I will bring with me the century-old tulip. At this point, the brief confrontation in the study ended with the two brothers protecting their own interests. In the corridor, Levis breathed a long sigh of relief. You don't live in Tulip Castle, so you may not know. After the flower wine came out, Madame Marie went crazy and has performed several crying scenes in front of my father. I almost couldn't hold on. Fortunately, your words today convinced my father. The owner of Tulip Castle is Lee William Tulip. Levis is just the heir, but Madame Marie and Lytton are special existences. They're doomed to not be the owners of the castle, so they can only find a way to get more benefits before Levis inherits the castle. Everyone is destroyed if they don't look for themselves. Of course, you can't think of others too badly, but you can't think of others as good people. List didn't know how Madame Marie's pillow talk was blown in secret. He only needed to know one thing, and that was to stick to his own interests. If he took a step back today, he may retreat more tomorrow. The former List was weak and could be bullied. Now, he wants to change to a new image and let everyone know that he, List, is not to be trifled with. If he was pushed too far, he could release Trembling Woods and cause a huge ruckus. Except for the Count, there is probably no one on Coral Island who could stop Dosen. So, it's not a joke that I can walk sideways on Coral Island. The famous flower wine has been on the market for a long time. In the end, it was on the market before March. There was no scene of waiting in line to buy it. It was not popular to buy it in such a way. The scheduled order has long been placed on Levis's desk. List only needs to pull the flower wine over, then classify the cans and give them to Levis. He doesn't even need to know who the flower wine is sold to. As long as he counts the bottles, his share of the profits will not run away. Of course, he calculates the shipping price. The cost of shipping to different areas is different, and the price will change accordingly, but List has nothing to do with it. He just gave it to Levis at the price of 5 silver coins for the wooden bottle, 50 silver coins for the pottery bottle, and 10 gold coins for the jade bottle. Just this wave, a total of 210 wooden bottles, 26 pottery bottles, and 8 jade bottles were sold. Gravel Castle and Beer Castle each bought 4 jade bottles of flower wine. The total value is more than 103 gold coins, which is about enough for the nobles on the island to drink for a week. It's a pity that before the Count left for Blue Dragon Island, he forced the flower wine to be sold to Tulip Castle at cost price. Otherwise, with Tulip Castle's consumption of drinks, I'm afraid it would be comparable to the sales of all the small nobles combined. List got 40 gold coins and thought about it. This is just the sales of Coral Island. Chapter 301. It'll take some time to prepare for the export of flower wine. The output is not up to date, and the stability of the quality is slightly worse. March just arrived, and the second Count went to Blue Dragon Island to attend a palace conference. By the way, he sold the best flower wine in a gem-inlaid crystal bottle to the Sapphire Grand Duke. Levis also left Tulip Castle. He went to Golden Island, as agreed, to visit the Golden Wheat family. He confirmed his marriage to Marquis Roderick's daughter, Loria Golden Wheat Ear. The job of selling flower wine was handed over to Frank. List also handed over the sales job to Gort. The tone of the flower wine has been set, and the rest of the things are, of course, done by his subordinates. His own important work is to train the dogs in practice. In a flash, the sun was blazing on March 5th. On this day, the Tulip caravan ship returned, and the 2,500 serfs purchased by List also arrived with the ship. The handover site was arranged at Flowerport. Since Flower Town has its own dock, there is no need to transit through the Coral City dock. 2,500 serfs, plus the loss in the last slave trade, a total of 2,700. This time a loss may still be a bit large, but the quality is good, and there are many craftsmen mixed in. Frank followed the fleet to Flower Town to hand over the serfs. The town has a plan for the arrangement of serfs. Therefore, there was not much confusion. The bilingual reception staff, who knew Serpentine and Wind language, under the command of the town officials, quickly completed the count of the number of serfs, the screening of skills, and the recording of identity information. A total of 2,226 serfs, of which 37 serfs may be seriously ill and cannot be treated. Gort returned to the dockhouse. He reported to List. After Frank heard this, he directly counted on his fingers and said, "Then let's calculate according to 2,189 serfs. A total of losses. He calculated twice and found that the difficulty was a bit too high, and he unexpectedly couldn't calculate it. List, who is proficient in the addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division arithmetic, has already calculated 511 serfs were lost. Oh, right. We lost 511 serfs. Frank spread out his hands, not feeling embarrassed because of his poor arithmetic. People here are generally not very good at arithmetic. He did not have any negative emotions because of the death of too many people. He smiled and said, "If you continue to sell serfs, you can make up for the losses in the next transaction. Well, you can make up for 300 serfs. In addition, more than 200 serfs can be counted as normal losses." Sure. List nodded. More than 500 people had died because of the slave trade. For him, he had begun to become numb, but his heart was still somewhat stifled. If there was no trade, there would be no harm. However, if he didn't buy serfs, how could he realize the development of his territory and achieve his goal of riding a dragon? He could only apologize to the souls of the dead. Being born in this dog-eat-dog world was a tragedy in itself. A moment later, he put away his cat crying over a mouse, fake compassion, or rather, his true feelings. Walking out of the house, he looked at the busy square of the pier. The serfs were being sorted. Karl Hammerstein of the patrol team, was selecting strong men to form a new patrol team. The same was true for Rome Winesong. He selected the remaining strong men selected by Carl, arranged them into his worm protection team, and then assigned them to farm and guard the worm stalks one by one. Earth Knight Russelando and Rick Footprint were responsible for selecting strong teenagers and dividing all the children into groups. In the future, these children will begin to cultivate chi. On the way to Flower Town, they experience torture, but once they set foot on this land, they will start a new life. Butler Carter and Mrs. Morrison also took the castle's servants to choose from the serfs. They mainly chose the right servants and the right children. List's castle would eventually expand and become a castle with a name. At that time, a lot of servants would be needed. Mrs. Morrison, you can also choose a group of about 10 women under the age of 20 who look smart and have delicate features. The castle needs a group of maids who can take on heavy work. You can't take care of a lot of work by yourself. Carter explained. Mrs. Morrison nodded. I understand. I will select qualified maids. The clerks were busy directing the serfs, sending food and water, and arranging for the remaining serfs to be assigned to the various settlements to farm. At present, only the serfs were assigned to farm, and the craftsmen and workers were also assigned to farm. When there is a suitable job for them, they can be freed from farm work, resume their old jobs, and play the skills they have mastered. List walked to a rock and looked at the scene of the port. No one followed him, only Dosen. Suddenly, Dosen's nose twitched and he barked at the air beside him. It's me, Dosen. Someone made a noise. Trembling Woods was still growling restlessly until List touched its neck. Only then did it calm down. He asked without looking back, Why are you invisible? Nothing, I just don't want to appear. My sister was sold to Flower Town in the same way. It was Paris, the Black Dragon. Maggie was lucky. She was the first batch of serfs purchased by Flower Town. It was not the best season for slave trading. Every serf was wealth, so she was well taken care of on the ship. These serfs were very unfortunate. Many of them were crowded together, and when they got sick, they could only be thrown into the sea. Paris was still invisible, and her tone was low. Sir Baron, why do you think there is such a conscienceless thing like slave trading? Because they have not met a lord who treats his people well. At least in Flower Town, they will never be hurt again. List was just talking nonsense. He was a member of the evil, so there was nothing to say. All the responsibility was shifted to others, while at the same time, he beautified himself. Other lords were evil, and he was the embodiment of justice, the lord who brought hope to the serfs. Perhaps his IQ was not high enough. Although List could not see it, Paris nodded in agreement. For them, it is really lucky to be able to come to Flower Town. There is no need to worry about food and clothing, nor do they have to worry about mercenary looting. I have liked the peaceful life here, but it will not be peaceful forever. In the near future, I will go to the battlefield to realize the truth in my heart. List touched the red blood sword at his waist. The ruby inlaid on the sword flickered, and the scarlet was enchanting. The light of the setting sun shone on his handsome face, looking particularly sacred and righteous, and his sapphire pupils could compete with real sapphire. He said loudly, My horse, my sword, my gun, my knight will spread my ideas of justice and spread my way of the night. Chapter 302. This chapter is Sex Part 5, more updates. The sun set. The glorious great lord, ruler of Flower Town, List Tulip, had returned to the castle. On the rocks of the dock area, Paris was still standing in the cold wind. She wanted to disperse the tall and straight figure, but she couldn't. On the contrary, the more she wanted to expel it, the more memories filled the figure. Finally, the figure turned around, revealing a face more beautiful than a woman's. The sapphire eyes were deep and charming. The pale, blonde short hair was flying, and the corners of the mouth always hung a gentle smile. The raised arc was so pleasing to the eye. She thought of the first time she saw him, his forced calm performance, which made people laugh. The first actual combat practice, the immature but quickly mature swordsmanship, which made people marvel. The first time out to sea, the cold wind blowing on his face, as if there was a barrier between him and the world, which was heartbreaking. And a while ago, rolling in the snow, his face and her chest were almost negative distance apart. Every time she thought of it, the quilt would be wet at night. Even now, when she thought about it, she couldn't help but blush like a fire. What to do? It seems that I can't extricate myself. Her chest seemed to be squeezed by something, making her breathless. The moon rose from the sea, and the cold moonlight sprinkled on the world. She had involuntarily lifted her invisibility. Her curvaceous figure, which had been reduced again, exuded a hot breath. After a long time, as if remembering something, she suddenly turned around and escaped into the shadows. Only a whisper was left behind. Unfortunately, he is an aristocrat, and I am just a commoner. This world, the gap between aristocrats and commoners. It was clearly recorded on the thick bast paper in List's hand at this time. It was like a list of goods, and each name was a product. The final list of serfs had just been sent by Gord. There was nothing to see on the list of ordinary serfs and workers. He mainly looked at the list of craftsmen. There were no craftsmen at the level of technician or master on the list. No one would sell craftsmen with such superb skills. There are a lot of blacksmiths, a total of 5. Unfortunately, I don't have so much iron here for them to forge. List saw the list of blacksmiths at first glance. The Eagle Kingdom had iron dragons and was rich in iron ore. Naturally, there were many blacksmiths. There were 3 stonemasons, which were urgently needed craftsmen in Flower Town and Black Horse Island. The rocks produced by Dosen every day have piled up into a small hill. Repairing bridges and paving roads is completely inseparable from stonemasons. For carpenters, just as Flower Town was about to create the Ironwood era, 4 carpenters could speed up the process. The ironwood thorns were very hard, and the carpenters could not work very fast, so they could make up for the lack of efficiency by relying on their numbers. There were 2 cobblers, one proficient in making leather goods, the other in tanning leather. Coupled with the descendants of the old cobbler Phil's son, who was proficient in making leather shoes, the leather industry of Flower Town was tantamount to being established. The 3 tailors also came just in time. The population of the Flower Town was increasing, close to 5,000 people. The consumption of clothes was also increasing, and more tailors were needed to sew and make clothes. These 5 professions were the most common among craftsmen. Therefore, there were more people here. In addition, there were 2 bakers and 3 chefs who were also popular craftsmen. They would become part of the Flower Town's gourmet culture and promote the development of the gourmet industry. There were no duplicates of craftsmen in the remaining list. A bonesmith could be sent to the bonesmith shop to speed up the speed of Blake Bonehead's family in polishing the fire dragon's bone fragments. A locksmith might be able to change the locks of all the serfs' houses. A cupbearer, whose water buckets were being consumed day by day, came just in time. A brewer could brew beer and rice wine, which could supplement the brewery. A barber could ease the busy work of the town's barber. Finally, there was a spice master and a sugar refiner left. Spice master? Flower Town does not produce spices, and I have never heard of anyone growing spices on the Coral Island. She is not very useful. Perhaps I can recruit her to the castle's kitchen to do some gourmet research with Mrs. Abby. After thinking about it, he decided that the female spice master named Simi would serve as Mrs. Abby's assistant. Thinking about it, Mrs. Abby already had 2 assistants, Yulia, a cook, and Seymour, a perfumer. There were also 3 kitchen maids, Irene Fourfingers, Ollie, and Carl Rossi, as well as several kitchen maids who came for an internship. This was a large team that could be used to open a big hotel. How about adding another baker, so that Mrs. Abby doesn't even have to make bread and can directly help me study stir-frying? He couldn't help but clench his fists when he thought that the hometown cuisine he longed for was being realized little by little. He was moved by his wise decision. I will recruit the female baker, named Aaliyah, into the kitchen. Mrs. Abby will be in charge of gourmet research and development. Yulia will cook, Aaliyah will make pasta, and Simi will be in charge of mixing ingredients. My castle's kitchen will become the source of the world's delicacies. The work of the spice master was properly arranged. List's gaze fell on the last craftsman, the sugar refiner Callum. Sugar was an indispensable food seasoning. He didn't know if there was sugar cane in this world. There was no sugar cane in the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. Sugar was mainly produced from the cultivation of sugar beets, which were roughly similar to the mixture of sugar beets and sugar cane on Earth. The roots contained a lot of sugar. Flower Town had a small amount of sugar beets grown as a flavoring supplement. If he wanted to use them to make sugar, he had to have the help of a sweet heartworm and a sugar refiner. However, when he saw Callum's detailed introduction, he understood that he was wrong. Callum was not a sugar refiner, but a malt refiner. The production of malt sugar was similar to that of brewing wine. Wheat, barley, glutinous rice, corn, and other grain crops were fermented and then saccharified to get malt sugar. Very well, with a malt refiner, maybe I can develop a series of candy delicacies. Instead of hiring him into the kitchen, I will directly build a malt sugar workshop. By the way, I can cooperate with the peanut processing workshop to produce nougat. I remember very clearly that nougat is made of peanuts and malt sugar. Delicious nougat had a fragrant milk flavor, rich kernels, and malt sugar that became more fragrant the more you chewed it. He believed that once nougat was produced, it would open up a large sales market. Even if it was copied and imitated, it could still establish Flower Town's status as a delicacy. And most importantly, Liz liked to eat nougat. Peanut nougat was full of sweet childhood memories. This delicious candy must be made to bloom in the new world no matter what. After looking at the list, he summarized, most of the ordinary craftsmen. Among the special craftsmen, the spice master and sugar refiner are unexpected surprises. He put down a craftsman list. Chapter 303. Dear List, after receiving the new version of Sir Elise, I was so happy that I almost went crazy. I could not wait to grow wings, fly to your side, and play a song for you, or listen to you play for me in an uninhibited manner, just like that day on the dance floor when you played beautiful notes. You know how much I miss the memories left behind in the Long Taro Castle. I have packed my luggage and was ready to go to the Coral Island and the Flower Town to look for you. My maid Lua can testify that she is in charge of the luggage. But my father stopped me because I was about to marry the son of a marquis without any emotional foundation. This is my destiny, and I cannot escape it. From the moment I was born a woman of the Hyacinth family, I knew that such a day would eventually come. I would accept the support of the family and become a tool for marriage. But I hope to see you again before I get married, to enjoy a moment of passion and to dance to the sound of Sir Elise. Dear, you will come, right? You know that I am waiting for you here, eagerly looking forward to it. Yours, Dunico. The knight who rushed to the castle brought List such a letter. The letter was sent from the Red Crab Island, and the sender was Dunico Hyacinth. After reading the contents of the letter, he could not help but fall into silence. Dunico obviously still had feelings for him. Coupled with the complete version of Sir Elise that he had sent, he took the initiative to tease her, igniting her passion. She even wanted to come to the Flower Town to play the piano and dance. Thinking of the exciting scene of that night, his heart was suddenly filled with fire and respect. He could not wait to immediately take a ship to the Red Crab Island and continue his relationship with Dunico. However, he did not do so. Just keep it as a memory. The passion without emotion is over. This is not the life I want. If he wanted passion, then it was not that there was no passion in the Flower Town. Paris and Little Lily were both good-looking women with good figures. As long as he wanted to, he could definitely indulge himself. There was no need to look for Dunico. Therefore, after putting down the letter, he did not reply, nor did he plan to go to the Red Crab Island. He just put the letter in a night novel that he would not read again. It's my fault for teasing you. I'm sorry, Dunico. The passion had faded, and the smoke mission could not be kept. Moreover, he did not have time to go. It would be March 9th in 4 days, which meant that he would turn 17. On the 9th of March last year, he was in theft as Baron. The next day, he ate the poisonous fruit of the Thorn's Ridge and became a completely different person from the inside out. Master, this is Mrs. Abby's luncheon menu. Please take a look. Butler Carter had already begun preparing for the birthday party. To him, Every banquet was a tough battle comparable to the charge of a knight. He needed to be fully prepared. List took the menu, glanced at it, and handed it back. Let's follow this menu. It's only my 17th birthday this year. It's not an important birthday, and there's no need to invite anyone. It's just a party for my followers. Mr. Carter, please be at ease. Butler Carter smiled. Master, your birthday is the most important day for us. With a smile, List did not say anything. This was both flattery and the truth. In the castle, he was the most important person, and all the servants lived around him. Brother, is your birthday coming? Yes. In the Shellwood building, the siren Chi asked curiously, will there be a lot of people gathering at the birthday party? It must be very interesting. Does Chi remember her birthday? Chi tilted her head. I don't know. Chi only remembers that when she woke up, she was in a shell. Then she was very hungry, so Chi went to find something to eat. Living like this in the sea, when she has time, she will listen to the sailors on passing ships. Then, let's take the day we met as Chi's birthday. How about it? Okay, it's January 11th. No, it's January 12th. It was already past midnight that day. Chi remembered it very clearly, so her birthday was set as January 12th. Chi has begun to look forward to next year's birthday. Will you celebrate Chi's birthday? List said, it must be celebrated. At that time, Chi should have become Chi Lloyd's Truth. In fact, Chi can now be called the Truth Magician. Chi suddenly smiled slyly, stretched out her hand, and 2 water arrows suddenly appeared. She aimed them out the window and gently pushed. The 2 water arrows instantly turned into a dozen water arrows, flying into the sky and disappearing. She has learned the water arrow volley that only magicians can master, and it is particularly easy to cast without the need for a process of gathering power. List has seen Glanny and Elksun cast magic. Although skilled magic is also very fast, there will still be a more obvious accumulation of power. For unskilled magic, it takes a long time for a magician to cast it. This is also one of the reasons why the magician can't beat the knight, and the knight rules the world. Before the magic can be released, the knight has already charged at close range. But for Chi, the water arrow volley is basically instant. This made him curious. Chi, don't you need to gather power when you release magic? No. Chi has engraved the magic array into her body, and she can release water arrows through the magic array at any time. It's very easy and simple. This is the so-called genius magician. List could only understand it this way. If other magicians knew about this, they would probably commit suicide out of shame. The so-called magic that took them several years to master was only a few days for Chi. Instantaneous casting was a matter of course, and she could summon countless water arrows with a wave of her hand. The only pity was that Chi could only be compatible with water magic and could not learn other types of magic. This made her combat ability seem more monotonous. However, considering that she was a sea creature, the sea was her broad stage, and specializing in water magic was an advantage. Study hard, Chi Lloyd's Truth. The magician is only the beginning of exploring the truth, and the future is still broad. When you become a great magician, you will be able to appreciate the true wonders of magic. At that time, maybe you don't need my help, and you will be able to kill Gyuramita yourself. Well, Chi will definitely become a powerful great magician and defeat Gyuramita. Having said that, Gyuramita has never appeared between Flower Town and Black Horse Island. I'm afraid that the siren has already left the sea and returned to the sea where it lived. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, the day of his birthday arrived. His sister Elvira sent a knight to deliver a batch of vegetable seeds. The climate of Falcon Town was pleasant and the soil was relatively fertile, very suitable for growing vegetables. This gift was very shabby, probably because she was still upset about List's birthday gift of flower soap. His grandmother, Madame Penelope, sent a potted plant, perhaps thinking of the black nightshade that bred the black nightshade worm. She expected Liz to give her another one. However, Liz checked the potted plant and found no signs of magic. His brother, Levis entrusted his tutor, Frank, to send him a magic equipment, a flame bracelet. The bracelet was carved and connected with red crystals. Red crystals with fire attribute magic could increase fire attribute chi. It was a very expensive birthday gift, and it should have been prepared before he went to Golden Island. However, what surprised Lys the most was Chapter 304. If there is a piano in the scene, I will sing to you. This was not the melody that came to Lys' mind, but it was very appropriate. When the piano was carefully carried to the study on the second floor by the servant, Lys only felt a lot of inspiration blooming, colliding with his brain and rubbing his fingers. Vertical piano, family version, medium size. Made in the spring of 151st year, the Royal Piano Knight Cruis Pharaoh, priced at 128 gold pieces. The left and right length is 1.5 meters, the front and back thickness is 60 centimeters, and the top height is 1.28 meters. It is a mixture of rock wood and fine steel, and the strings are made of top bowstring materials, taken from the World of Warcraft fur. The body of the piano is purple-black and exudes a faint smell of solid wood. It is not as atmospheric and upscale as a grand piano, but it is a high-end product among the vertical pianos. Compared with the simple pianos that small nobles often buy for more than a dozen gold coins, this one is enough to set off his current identity. Leaning against the wall, moving a stool, Lys sat directly in front of the piano. His itchy hands couldn't help but press on the keys. Dang! A crisp sound was heard, and one could feel the vibration of the string when the string was plucked. Just this sound, he felt a shock all over his body, as if his soul had been sublimated. The pianist Lys, in the depths of his heart, was already ready to make a move. To Alice, to accompany you, and many other famous piano pieces that he had heard before were ringing around his ears at the same time. His fingers wished they could turn into dancing elves and dance on the keys. However, he didn't. There was too much inspiration, it seemed a little blocked, and he couldn't think of any rhythm, so he touched it, got up, and left the study. Today was his birthday, and even Marcus, Russell, and Griffin returned from Black Horse Island. As early as in the morning, Flower Town was immersed in a festive atmosphere, and officials were busy sending warmth to all the people in the territory in the name of the Lord, 2 copper coins per person. In the past, even if there was warmth on festivals, it was at most 1 copper coin. Now that the flower wine is on the market, the Lord is rich again, and with a wave of his hand, he doubled it. May the Lord stay young forever. Lord, ride the dragon as soon as possible. The great Lord will always be blessed by the glory of the night. Praise the Lord. Happy birthday, Lord. Even the serfs who had just arrived at the flower town and had not yet adapted to their new life shouted, Praise, Sir Lord. When the clerks and patrols went door to door to distribute money, they also announced to everyone, in order to celebrate Sir Lord's birthday, the entire town's poultry and livestock will be given more fodder today. The chickens of every household, the wolf dogs of the kennel, the fruit-stealing monkeys of the fruit-stealing monkey training ground, the cows of the dairy farms, the horses of the castle pasture, the fat pigs of the pig farms, and the scattered dogs and sheep raised by the serfs could all feel the festive atmosphere of today and integrate into the birthday celebration. Mrs. Morrison walked into the sprite worm house and sprinkled a thick layer of jade powder on the sprite worm nest. Lovely little fellows, today is the master's birthday. You should also praise him. There were also maids who brought all kinds of fruits and carefully placed them on the table in the Shellwood building. They didn't know why they were doing this and could only guess that master wanted to feed the shell sea monster. Every servant knew that there was a seashell monster in the castle. When cleaning, they were afraid that the shell would suddenly open and eat them. So even if there were strange sounds in the wooden building sometimes, they pretended not to hear them. It was probably the sound of the explosion when the siren Chi failed to study magic. Sometimes new magic is easy to fail. Fortunately, it is water magic, so even if it explodes, there is no danger. At most, it splashed a room full of water. Thomas, Tom, Jesse, don't forget to add World of Craft meat to Dosen, Stupid Woman, and the 8 little ones. List told the serving men before the luncheon began. His Blizzard Beast army naturally had to join the celebration and improve their meals. Yes, master. As the sun rose, all the followers arrived. Butler Carter came over and asked, Master, can we start the banquet? Let's begin. Immediately, the guests and the host were seated, and exquisite food was served, exuding a tempting fragrance. But there were only a few bottles of flower wine held by the serving men. A small glass was poured in front of each of them. List smiled, but his tone was serious. I can't delay the normal work of the territory because of my birthday, so 1 cup of flower wine per person at the luncheon is not allowed to drink more. Drinking is a mistake, and the serfs' work arrangements are not over yet, so it is not appropriate to party. Gort looked disappointed. What he loved most was the atmosphere of drinking at the banquet. But the theme of the banquet was List's will. When the flower wine in front of everyone was poured, under the leadership of Gort, the followers raised their glasses and shouted, May the Lord be young forever, and the glory of the night will always be with you. Glory will always belong to you. Glory belongs to me. I am with you. List raised his glass, looked around at the growing number of followers, and drank it in one gulp. The spiciness of the liquor penetrated into the lungs and instantly raised his lofty sentiments. It was not in vain that he had worked hard for a year. Flower Town, a remote place, finally glowed with vitality. It was very emotional. Wow! Ella suddenly flew over, grabbed the steak on the plate in front of him, and gnawed on it. After 2 bites, she felt it was not delicious, so she threw it back directly. She leaned on the edge of the soup bowl and drank the egg soup. The atmosphere that had just been brewed was completely destroyed by the little fellow. He smiled and did not blame Ella. Today, since he was celebrating with the people and with the creatures, he naturally had to count it in. There was no wine to add to the fun. The banquet was still full of laughter, but it was eaten very quickly. In less than half an hour, all the dishes had been eaten. Wiping his mouth, List did not keep his followers any longer and directly announced the end of the banquet. Those who should work continue to work. They were not paid every day to be lazy. He left Marcus, Russell, and Griffin waiting for the butler Carter to bring milk tea and close the door of the study. He said 1,000 serfs have been handed over to Consultant Gort for selection, and now 500 have just been selected. When you go back, transport them to Black Horse Island. Yes, my lord. Recently, it has become more and more difficult to buy food. Maybe the supply of bread will decrease. Remember to look for seafood on the beach on Black Horse Island and spend this time. Please rest assured, my lord, we have found 2 beaches with plenty of seafood. I'm very relieved that Teacher Marcus is doing things. List smiled. The flower brew has been on the market. At present, it seems that the sales momentum is good. Flower Town's finances will be very abundant. It is time for Black Horse Island to be built. When this group of serfs is completed, I will send another group of officials to assist you. I hope you will take on the heavy burden. Chapter 305. After a nap, List shook the bell and asked the servant to bring a cup of milk tea. List sat in front of the upright piano. His mood had calmed down, and the explosive inspiration had all dissipated, leaving only peace. The piano score of To Alice was placed on the shelf. He was ready to play a song to feel the sound quality of the new piano, and also to cultivate his personal sentiment for a moment. When his fingers touched the keys, the familiar rhythm was immediately awakened, as if there was a driving force in his body. His hands began to play by themselves, and the notes bloomed. A simple and beautiful melody echoed in the study. The thick walls had a good soundproof effect, so that he could immerse himself in his own world and indulge. At the end of the song, there was still an intoxicated expression on his face. A moment later, waking up from the intoxication, he began to recall the previous feeling. Compared with the grand piano of Longtaro Castle, the sound quality is much worse, and it is also incomparable to the grand piano of Tulip Castle. But the upright piano also has its advantages. While reducing the sound quality, it also covers up many technical defects. The grand piano can hit about 14 times in a second, but the upright piano can only hit 7 times in a second. The feeling is not as smooth as the grand piano, and the sound is not as rich as the grand piano. The performance between extreme strength and extreme weakness is not obvious enough. Of course, if you're not a professional, you probably won't be able to hear the difference between the upright piano and the grand piano. Liszt's predecessor was a semi-professional, and he himself seemed to have the talent of a pianist, so he could keenly feel the gap. It was a pity that the Count did not give him a grand piano. Greedy, the cheapest grand piano costs hundreds of gold coins. With this money, I could buy a lot of potions. Although the Count has a big business, he is not the kind of person who spends money indiscriminately. Liszt was soon relieved. Having his own piano made him happy. After taking a sip of milk tea, he changed the music score. It was to accompany you, which he had composed on the ship. This score was similar to For Elise, which was a very simple type. With the performance skills he had inherited from his predecessor and the influence of a good piano tutor, he could at least reach the level of an amateur level 10, which was enough for him to play a simple song. With my name as the Piano King Liszt, playing amateur level 4 or 5 songs is easy. Dang! His fingertips pressed down hard on the piano keys, and the performance began, carrying with it a faint melancholy melody. In an instant, Liszt seemed to have returned to the time when he was admiring the blue sky and white clouds on the voyage. The poignant melody contained longing, striving, yearning, and perseverance. Even though he knew that it was a tragedy, he still marched forward without hesitation. Dang, 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 dang. When the last key fell, Liszt felt like he was about to cry from the beautiful performance. Music could move people's hearts, and the piano, as the king of musical instruments, was particularly charming. At this moment, he finally believed that he had the talent to be a pianist. The king of the piano lived in his heart. Dang! He played it again and again. He didn't stop until he had played With You and To Alice flawlessly. He felt that after the baptism of music, his dusty soul had regained its clarity. He glanced out the window. The setting sun was exceptionally bright. It's time to take the pill. The thick bass paper was spread on the desk. The quill pen was inserted in the ink box, and Liszt took out 2 thorns potions and a flame potion from the gem space. The crystal hourglass on the table was turned upside down. When the sand began to flow down, he immediately took the first thorns potion. The warm magic of chaos brewed and diffused in his body, giving him a feeling of swelling. He opened his eyes, while maintaining the transformation of magic into chi and circulating it in his meridians. He quietly looked at the hourglass. When the hourglass flowed down for 5 minutes, he suddenly opened a flame potion and drank it. The surging fire magic burst in an instant, wrapped in chaos magic, as if some kind of chemical reaction had occurred, creating a larger, more surging magic, crashing into every cell in his limbs. His face was red, his forehead was sweating, and his body had a vague, tearing pain. After a full 10 minutes, the pain subsided slightly. He glanced at the hourglass, silently opened the second thorns potion, and drank the potion. The magic of chaos emerged again, covering the damaged body that had been impacted by the flame potion and solidifying the effects of the previous potion. When the body recovered to its best state, the hourglass had also finished half an hour of sand. The sun was about to set. Phew, comfortable. Feeling the total amount of chi that was rising every day, Liszt's mouth was full of smiles, and he began to write today's potion experience in ink and record the data. The time needs to be fine-tuned, the dosage of the flame potion needs to be redistributed, and the total amount of each potion needs to be reduced so as to achieve the minimum loss and maximum gain. The recording was completed. He took out another piece of thick bass paper, established a coordinate system with all the data according to the X and Y axes, drew a curve, and accurately calculated the direction of subsequent fine-tuning. It was more brain-intensive. Just the number of coordinate systems drawn for various comparisons had reached 11. However, the final result obtained by referring to these 11 variables had a very high accuracy rate. He was now close to figuring out the best potion plan that his body could bear. Compared to when he had just become an elite Earth Knight, the total amount of chi had now doubled. He felt that he could fight against 2 elite Earth Knights, which was the strength of a potion-addicted Earth Knight. The combat skill school relied entirely on honing one's skills. As for the combat skill school, they only needed to keep on honing their skills. Even if you honed your skills for 10 days, it was not as good as me taking a potion once. This is probably the so-called 1 man can defeat 10 men. A person with great strength can defeat 10 people who know martial arts. An elite Earth Knight who takes potions every day can defeat 10 elite Earth Knights who only know fighting skills. What's more, List did not only know how to take potions, he was also honing his fighting skills. He was completely proficient in Fire Surge and Fire Dragon Drill, and multiple arrows had also reached great success. Even Marcus could not successfully practice the ultimate meaning of multiple phantom arrows. He could also fully master it. Cultivation talent, potion wealth, hard work, and perseverance, he did not lack any. He stood up, put away the thick bass paper, stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back, and looked at the distant burning clouds. How far away am I from becoming a Sky Knight? He did not know. He only knew that he should continue to take potions. Walking out of the study, he saw the maid Little Lily bending over to clean the aisle, her plump buttocks sticking out as if inviting him to pick more. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Little Lily hurriedly stood up and bowed to List. Master. The girl became more and more slender and elegant. List was in a good mood, with a gentle smile on his face. You have worked hard. Ah, Master, Little Lily is very happy working in the castle. It's not hard at all, she hurriedly said, with a sincere smile on her face. Life in the castle, this time last year, she did not dare to imagine. Chapter 306. There were 10 more maids and 10 more men servants in the castle. 8 maids were responsible for cleaning the castle's periphery. Omera, Lucy, Ropa, Rose, Winna, Grammy, Monica, Bellucci, and 2 kitchen maids, Jessica and Anna. It was worth mentioning that Irene Four Fingers had been promoted, although she still worked in the kitchen. She had worked for the castle for a year and should have been promoted to an official maid. But she liked the kitchen and was willing to stay in the kitchen. So she became an official kitchen maid, and her salary rose from 1 copper coin a day to 2 copper coins a day, the same salary as Mrs. Abby's 3 kitchen assistants. Of the 10 men servants, 5 were assistant men servants: Isidore, Morris, Harris, Sam, and Alger. The rough and heavy work of the castle was handed over to them. The remaining 5 were handed over to the groom, One-Eyed Barton, who trained them to raise horses, raise dogs, protect the forest, guard the garden, and protect the wormgrass. With a total of 40 servants, the castle could no longer accommodate them. So the new men servants and maids were all arranged to live in a corner of the town's civilian residential area, which was specially divided into the castle servants' residential area and separated by walls. In addition, there were 40 trainee girls and boys in the castle. When they grew up, the castle with List's name would be built, and they would directly become qualified servants. Like the development of the town, the training of servants was also an essential part of the nobility's development. Seeing the satisfied smile on Little Lily's face, List was also satisfied. These people were living around him, and being able to bring stability and happiness to the people around him was naturally a very fulfilling thing. Little Lily, go inform Butler Carter and have him bring the piano to the worm room. Yes, master. Little Lily quickly walked downstairs, leaving behind a graceful back, which List watched until she disappeared around the corner of the stairs. He chuckled softly. I wonder if the beautiful body of youth will choose to stay in the castle like Mrs. Morrison and never marry, or, at some point, decide to marry and have children. Although the men servants and maids were castle servants, they could still get married. It was just that many maids didn't want to choose marriage. Marriage meant having children, and having children meant unemployment. It would be very difficult to return to the castle to work. The male servant didn't mind. His salary was enough to support his wife and child, and with his connections, he could even send his child to work in the castle. Lords usually trust the descendants of the castle elders more. There are also many unmarried male servants. Butler Carter was one of them. Liz sometimes found it hard to understand what they were thinking when they dedicated their lives to the noble lords. So far, according to the information reported by Butler Carter, there had been no romance between the servants in the castle. After List and Butler Carter had discussed the rules and regulations of the castle, they did not prohibit men and maids from dating. They just did not allow love to affect their work, and even more so, they were not allowed to have sex in the castle. Very soon, Butler Carter led the manservants to move the upright piano into the worm room. In fact, the most suitable room for a piano was the entertainment room, which could be used as a practice room after some modifications. But List didn't want a separate practice room. A practice room without a grand piano would look shabby. He put the piano in the worm room. Playing the piano without an audience was a very lonely thing. There were not only many sprite worms in the worm room, but also the thorny sprite Ella and the siren Chi, who could really understand music. Sirens were called singing demons by more people because of their moving voices. On lazy afternoons, Chi had once attached herself to List's ear and softly hummed a Sapphire Grand Duchy ballad. That nightingale's beautiful voice made List enjoy it so much that he forgot to leave. It was as if he had already entered the world described by the song, half asleep and half awake, not knowing where he was. "Brother, is this the piano?" The siren floated in front of the piano. Her ankles were connected to the sea, and it was the sea that held her in midair. A few strands of water obstructed the view of the mysterious area, which made people more imaginative and wanted to explore it. He paused for a moment before turning his eyes to the piano. "This is a vertical piano. If you want to learn, I can teach you how to play the piano." "Well, Chi wants to learn." She nodded quickly, but suddenly hesitated. "Let's not learn first. Chi still has to study magic. There are many magic waiting to be studied. I hope Chi can become a great wizard one day soon." Chi had her own ideas. List did not intend to force it. He just practiced the piano on the side, playing to Alice, and with you constantly, to recover the playing skills left behind by his predecessor as soon as possible. Perhaps it was because of his outstanding talent. Just as his cultivation of Chi was very fast, his proficiency in playing the piano was also very fast. The memory of his fingers was called out by the music. At some point, Chi's singing had sounded softly, as if accompanied by the sound of the piano. "Look how beautiful this ocean is. How exciting it is. Look how intoxicating this natural scenery is. Look, the orchard beside the hillside is full of lipstick like raspberries. Everywhere is fragrant. Everywhere is full of warmth. But you said goodbye to me, abandoned your lover forever, left your hometown forever. Do you really have the heart not to come back? Please don't abandon me. Don't make me suffer anymore. Return to the river castle, come back." This is a very popular folk song of the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom. The story describes a territory called River Castle. The workers in the local raspberry garden hope that their loved ones who are far away from home will return to the River Castle. The author is no longer known. Some people say that it was the workers in the raspberry garden whose husbands went to the battlefield and missed them. Some people say that it was a bard who abandoned the heartbroken girl and wrote the poem. Some people say that it was the lord of the River Castle, whose wife ran away with someone else, and wrote the song, Return to the River Castle, in great pain. The Grand Duchy of Sapphire is a vassal of the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom. Basically, whatever is popular in the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom will eventually be popular here. Return to the River Castle is not surprising. In Chi's singing, List gradually felt that his piano was no longer able to accompany her. The siren's singing should belong to the sea, not to the accompaniment of an amateur pianist in a small room with a vertical piano. However, List was still struggling to maintain it. Even under the pressure of the siren's singing, there was a clear epiphany in his playing skills. He vented his emotions into the piano playing, his fingers connected to his ears, and his body rose and fell with the rhythm. Dang, dang, dang. When the last note was played, a cheese singing also happened to stop. He was in a good mood, and his playing skills soared, as if he had become a master. He couldn't help but take a cheese slender fingers and kiss the back of her white and tender hand. He said enthusiastically and gracefully, "This is a wonderful cooperation, Chi." Chapter 307. While Liszt was living a carefree life as a pianist for a few days, Flowertown's carpentry workshop had produced the first batch of ironwood quality furniture. The carpenters worked together to hand-polish the first set of furniture, which was first sent to the castle. There was a desk with drawers, a bedside table with drawers, a unique antique shelf, a bookshelf with engraved patterns, a stool made of brambles, a well-proportioned armchair, a tall and sturdy wine cabinet, and a small and exquisite pen holder. These pieces of furniture were replaced and put in place. Immediately, Liszt's study was decorated in another unprecedented style. Because the temperature had risen, the Fire Dragon air conditioner had been removed, and the study style was completely unified, without a trace of awkwardness. "Master, I've seen the Count's study. It is magnificent, but when it comes to the exquisite and noble temperament, this study is even more amazing," Butler Carter exclaimed. The study was arranged under his command, which was a bit self-aggrandizing. But Liszt agreed with this statement. "Indeed, my study is not big, but this set of furniture is very coordinated, coupled with the unified ironwood thorn style. The light gray wood tone looks particularly comfortable." The furniture was very satisfactory. But what satisfied him the most was another ironwood Thorn's work, the prosperity of Thorn's staff. On the 3-meter-long staff, there was a purple-black tulip pattern. The best blacksmiths were invited to carefully pour molten iron into each pattern to form a silver-white pattern. Then they concocted colored paint used in carpentry, outlined a purple-black outline around the iron bars, and finally applied a layer of resin similar to varnish. Protect the iron bar pattern from oxidation. So when the prosperity of Thorn's staff was sent to Liszt, he immediately liked the low-key but luxurious lines everywhere. Black tulip flowers were connected together, and the roots were like thorns with sharp thorns. It was clearly a mix of tulip and thorns. It had to be said that the craftsman may not have innovative thinking, old-fashioned, and did not know what elegant art was. However, the objects that had been polished by their rough hands had a unique craftsmanship that surpassed the heavens. The simple and unadorned details formed a majestic whole. "I like this toast jacket." Liszt walked slowly in the castle hall, leaning on the Prosper of Thorns. It was a little uncoordinated for a young man to walk with a cane, but with the frac habillure and his tall and straight posture, he looked like a noble. Butler Carter sincerely praised, "Master, you have the most elegant temperament of a noble. When I stand beside you, I can feel your nobility at every moment. You're like a floating cloud in the sky, unreachable. You have all the excellence of the Tulip family and the Taro family." "I accept your compliment, Mr. Carter." Liszt handed him the stick. "I am very satisfied with these ironwood thorn products. You can replace all the wooden furniture and supplies in the castle with ironwood thorn products at your discretion." Carter bowed slightly. "As you wish." He admired the ironwood thorn furniture. Liszt began summoning the smoke quest. The furniture products of the carpentry workshop went offline, and the quest was completed. Quest completed. Reward: 3 wild tea trees. Wild tea trees would probably grow on Black Horse Island. Perhaps Marcus and others had already discovered their existence. Immediately, the new quest caught Liszt's attention. Quest: Ironwood thorn furniture is high-end and elegant. The Ironwood era has come to Flowertown. It is the result of the wise leadership of the Lord. Why not continue to work hard and quickly push Flowertown into the brick era? Please build a brick factory and produce qualified bricks. Reward: an architect who made a mistake. After the carpentry workshop, the smoke quest began to guide Liszt to build a brick factory. He understood that these should be his innermost thoughts, refracted in the form of the smoke quest. The power of fate was really amazing. Now that the smoke quest had been urged, Liszt no longer hesitated. He called Gort. I intend to build a brick kiln to burn bricks to speed up the construction of the territory. It will take some time for you to work hard. Sir, what is a brick kiln and what are bricks? Gort was puzzled. There is pottery in this world, but there is no porcelain. Strictly speaking, ordinary bricks did not exist, but bricks did exist. Using the method of firing pottery to produce bricks could be used to build houses. This was an extravagant method that only great nobles dared to use. Although pottery is not as valuable as jade and crystal, it is not as valuable as metal in the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. But it is still a high-end technology firmly grasped by the nobles. Tulip Castle has a pottery workshop. The quality of the fired pottery is average, but it can already be engraved with patterns. The Tulip family specialty, Crescent wine, is packed in pottery cans and sold everywhere. The 50 years of fresh flower wine is also made of pottery. The brick kiln is not like the pottery kiln. It has no technical content and a wide selection of materials. As long as the soil is sticky, it can be used to burn bricks. Of course, to burn high-quality blue bricks, the technical content is no less than that of pottery. Therefore, List is only going to burn red bricks. Perhaps in the future, the craftsmen who burn bricks will continue to explore the process and will be able to develop blue bricks and even porcelain firing methods on their own. A brick kiln is a kiln that specializes in firing bricks. As for bricks, it is to burn soil into hard stone. Gort was surprised. Can soil be burned into stone? How do you think pottery comes from? Pottery was made by firing clay. Some great nobles would use the method of firing pottery to make square-shaped stones, which were called pottery bricks. Pottery bricks require clay to go through multiple processes to be fired. I decided to simply fire ordinary stones called red bricks. He suddenly remembered that whether it is blue or red bricks, they're all caused by iron, fully oxidized to form red bricks, and not fully oxidized to form blue bricks. The metal in this world comes from dragons. There is obviously no iron in the soil. He doesn't know what color the bricks will be, maybe yellow or black. Anyway, it should not be red. So, sir, how do I burn bricks? I don't know anything about pottery, let alone bricks. I will contact Tulip Castle and let you take a group of serfs to visit the pottery workshop and poach a few pottery apprentices. When you come back, build a brick kiln. Instead of firing pottery, directly firing bricks. Liz thought for a moment and said, "It doesn't matter if I can learn or poach apprentices. Let's leave it to fate." With the existence of the magic dragon, he only needed to prepare the clay and let the dragon burn the clay pressed into bricks. After repeated experiments a few times, he should be able to get the right temperature and the right clay raw material. It wasn't like firing pottery or porcelain, so there was no need for him to steal their skills. Liz believed that he could directly fire bricks by himself. The visit to the pottery workshop was just to let the serfs understand the basic steps of firing bricks. Liz sent away the still confused Gort. He couldn't help but sigh. It seems that I have to do it myself. I have to experiment with how to fire bricks and not let people idle. By the way, the reward of the smoke mission seems to be an architect who made a mistake. The only architect on Coral Island is Mbappe Gravel, a branch of the Gravel family. Is he going to be punished for his mistakes? Suddenly, some inspiration emerged in his mind. Chapter 308. For example, if I wait for Mbappe to make a mistake, then directly bring him to Flower Town, as long as it is not murder, rebellion, rape, or other evil acts, I should be able to protect him. Liz thought. However, he still had doubts. Coral Island had a well-known architect who was constantly building large buildings for the Tulip family. What kind of mistake could he make to drive Mbappe away? He even maliciously thought that some bad things would happen, but considering that Mbappe was already old, he should not be able to do anything too bad. So, let Harpagon use the flower caravan spies to pay more attention to Mbappe and see what will happen. One hand grasping the brick factory, the other hand waiting for mistakes. Liszt quickly arranged it. He himself also restrained the degenerate life of the past few days and began to work hard. Now, he had several research topics in his hands. How to compile the Chronicle history book Dragons Fighting in the Wild, how to scientifically take magic potions, and the analysis of the nature of rubber, as well as the research on the technology of fire dragon baking bricks. The analysis of the nature of rubber. He wrote more than a dozen sheets of thick bast paper. Judging from all aspects, the new type of rubber produced by the rubber tree, except for the softness and elasticity of the rubber on Earth, was the perfect adhesive in other aspects: light, strong, quick setting, fire-resistant, cold-resistant, waterproof, insect-resistant, non-toxic, tasteless, not easy to deform, watertight, and airtight. The buckets made of rubber were surprisingly effective, and there was no need to worry about leakage due to poor craftsmanship. List also used magic to attack the rubber-bonded items and found a very surprising fact. The rubber did not respond to magic. It only withstood physical attacks from magic and chi attacks. The crazy chi flames of the move Great Fire Wave caused damage to the rubber-bonded broken shields, which was evenly distributed and did not cause greater damage to the rubber-bonded parts. In other words, rubber can be an excellent material for repairing weapons. I can recycle some damaged weapons on the battlefield and then repair them with rubber. They should be able to restore the quality of the weapons by 90%. After discovering this secret, List set rubber as a strategic material on the same level as the Black Blood Horse. Recently, he began to experiment with rubber additives, that is, using rubber as an additive to experiment with various physical effects. First, there was water. Liquid rubber could be dissolved in water. After stirring, it would become a turbid white liquid, rubber water. The rubber water would not condense, but after half an hour, it would gradually clear and precipitate a layer of solid rubber at the bottom of the basin. He then experimented with adding sand to the rubber water, or, in other words, mixing the sand with the rubber water. A miraculous result soon appeared in front of him. A large clump of sand solidified. It was like a piece of rock that had solidified into a solid block. Even if you used a hammer to hit it hard, you would not be able to smash it. Its hardness was almost the same as the granite used to build the castle. Its effect was far better than the cement blocks that had been solidified. So, just like that, I got the new lightweight and powerful quick-setting cement that I've been dreaming of. The follow-up experiments had yet to begin, but he had already thought about what would happen if he used rubber water to mix metal, gravel, with chips, soil, and so on. Perhaps the era of reinforced concrete had arrived before the era of bricks. The only drawback was that the output of rubber was too low and could not be consumed as casually as cement. It was imperative to expand the scale of rubber tree plantation. For now, he put aside the rubber water experiment and began to prepare for the fire dragon brick baking experiment. He ordered the serfs to collect soil from different places in the flower town. They were the yellow soil by the seaside, the red sand by the river, the brown soil in the wasteland, and the black slag in the Thorns Ridge area. After mixing the soil with water, he began to knead it into clay bricks, which were then given to the small magic fire dragon to be fired. Unlike ordinary furnace fires, the small magic fire dragon could be directly calcined from the inside. Therefore, the speed at which the bricks were fired was remarkable. Half an hour later, the bricks had been fired into shape. After taking out the bricks, List first tried to cool them down by splashing water on them. Then, the black slag bricks of the Thorns Ridge directly shattered with a few cracking sounds. The red sand bricks by the river, although not broken, showed a few cracks. In the face of this situation, List did not directly announce the failure of the black slag and red sand bricks. He continued with the second furnace. This time, he adopted the natural cooling method. Of the 4 types of bricks that had cooled, the yellow soil bricks from the seaside were somewhat distorted in shape. The black slag bricks of the Thorns Ridge were not broken, but they were full of cracks and broke with a knock. He tested the hardness of the other 3 types of bricks and found that the red sand bricks were not good either. They broke with a knock. The brown soil in the wasteland performed the best. Its shape could basically guarantee the shape of a brick, and its hardness could almost reach the hardness of an ordinary stone. In that case, brown soil should be the main raw material for firing bricks. However, I still have to experiment with the firing of the mixed soil. He fumbled for 2 days in a row. He finally determined that the mixed soil mixed with 4/5 of brown soil and 1/5 of yellow soil had a very good viscosity. It could be used as the clay for firing bricks. The fired bricks were grayish-brown in color and slightly less hard than stone. However, the weight was also a bit lighter. Because the small magic fire dragon was fired from the inside out, the bricks could be molded into a variety of shapes. Not only could they be fired into bricks, but they could also be fired into tiles and even stone slabs and culverts. With the raw materials settled, the next step was how to build the brick kiln. He could not remember what a brick kiln for red bricks looked like, nor was he clear about its working principle, but it was nothing more than using fire. The brick kilns on earth burned coal. He directly burned the small magic fire dragon, so the structure and shape of the brick kiln should be redesigned. Once the small magic fire dragon is released, it will be difficult to take it back. After the bricks are fired, it will not be easy to take them out of the kiln. Maybe I will have to use stonemasons to build a stone cart that can be pushed. He already had the general shape of the new brick kiln in his mind. A single kiln could be designed to be the size of a house, and then several rows of kilns would be distributed. The small magic fire dragon would be placed in the kiln, and a stone cart that could be pushed back and forth would be designed at the bottom of the small fire dragon's activity area. After filling the kiln with bricks, the serfs would push the stone cart into the kiln. When the bricks were fired, the stone cart would be pulled out, and after cooling it with water, the bricks would be unloaded and the bricks would be res-tacked. Such a cycle was simple and fast. The stone cart would need to be large. Fortunately, I have rubber water, otherwise I would not be able to build a qualified stone cart. Without iron, industrial development is seriously limited. With enough iron, it would be more convenient and fast to weld iron carts directly. Unfortunately, there was no iron, so he could only use stones instead. His thoughts were all sorted out. The design drawings were also drawn. Chapter 309. This chapter is Bitter Tree, Reward Added. When Marcus returned by boat again, Liszt took Gort, who had finished his inspection of the pottery workshop, and had a secret discussion with Marcus. This is the brick factory I designed. Take a look. Can you understand it? The drawings of the Fire Dragon brick factory are still vivid. Liszt now designs more pictures and is no longer so abstract. However, Gort and Marcus still didn't understand the drawings. They didn't know the secret of the fire dragon's magic, so it was difficult to understand a kiln that didn't burn fuel. Liszt just explained, you can think of it as a magic array that condenses fire magic. He drew a circle in the blank space of the kiln with his hand. Here, this is the effective range of the magic array. The stone wheel will push the bricks to this position, and the fire magic will begin to calcine the bricks. In short, build a kiln on Black Horse Island according to the drawings and wait for me to arrange the magic array. Yes, my lord. After talking about the brick factory, Liszt suddenly asked, Teacher Marcus, did you find any special trees when you transplanted the rubber trees on the island? He wanted to ask about the 3 wild tea trees. Special trees? Marcus didn't understand. My lord, some of the trees on the island really can't be identified, but there doesn't seem to be anything special about them. When you go back, mark all the trees that can't be identified, and I will check them myself. Since there are such magical trees as rubber trees on the island, maybe there are other equally magical trees. In addition, I have studied the nature of the rubber produced by rubber trees. He shared the rubber quality notes he had sorted out. The importance of rubber can be said to have surpassed the magic potion. It's really amazing. Gort flipped through the contents of the notes, marveled, and then said, Oh my God, the effect of building a house is as magical as glutinous rice. The glutinous rice juice was the most important gel material for castle construction. A wall poured with glutinous rice juice can last for hundreds of years. An aristocratic castle that is not poured with glutinous rice juice is an inferior castle. In particular, the glutinous rice juice in this world had the property of resisting magic, so the damage that magic and battle aura could cause to the city walls would be much smaller. The properties and effects of rubber water were indeed very similar to glutinous rice. Marcus also exclaimed, "At first, I didn't think that it would have any use. Now that I look at it again, it is indeed, as you expected, a precious resource. Knight, I know you are the son of glory. Otherwise, how could there be so many magical treasures born in Flower Town and Black Horse Island?" Gort quickly flattered. Lys smiled. It was not because he was a son of glory, but because his smoke mission affected the power of fate. These rubber trees, magic herbs, fast-growing iron thorns, and so on, all grew naturally. The real culprit should be this mysterious world. Although these plants and animals were very similar to the animals and plants on Earth, they were extraordinary in many other aspects. The influence of magic power on this world was reflected in all aspects. Who could guarantee what kind of sparks would be produced when those seemingly familiar things were combined with magic power? The glutinous rice that could build a city was definitely not ordinary glutinous rice. The black tea tree that made the milk tea was definitely not an ordinary tea tree. The rubber that had the advantages of cement and 502 glue was naturally not ordinary rubber. Just as List was busy with the brickyard, Harpagon of the flower caravan sent back a piece of news that made his heart skip a beat. Xianxia rammed Earth, an apprentice of the architect Mbappe, who had been studying under him for many years, was expelled from his construction team and sent to prison because of adultery with Mbappe's daughter-in-law. If nothing unexpected happened, with Mbappe's power, he would definitely bribe the prison officials to kill Xianxia, if he wanted to kill Xianxia. Adultery with a teacher's daughter-in-law. His character is really bad, but he has studied architecture with Mbappe for many years, and his level is enough to graduate. The so-called reward for the smoke mission should be Xianxia rammed Earth. List thought about it and asked the Earth Knight, Randy Kettle, to go to Tulip Castle. He ordered, "Contact Mr. Frank and ask him to help me take a person from the prison. Xianxia rammed Earth. Don't be stingy if you need to spend anything. Just charge it to the castle." With his current working relationship with Levis, entrusting Frank to do something for him couldn't be any easier. Not to mention it was just to take away a prisoner. No matter how high the status of the architect Mbappe was, he was just a civilian. On Coral Island, the Tulip family was the law. If he wanted to protect Xianxia, even 10 Mbappes couldn't stop him. However, I still have to give face to Mbappe. Tell Frank to let the prison teach Xianxia a good lesson, but don't kill him, and then send him to Flower Town. Yes, sir. Randy took the order and left. It only took a day and a half for Xianxia rammed Earth, whose buttocks were almost split into 4 pieces, to be pulled by a carriage to Flower Town. Xianxia, you should have died in prison. Remember, it was our Lord, the Lord of Flower Town, Baron List, who saved you. The rest, you should understand what to do. Randy said lightly. Xianxia resisted the pain and replied weakly. Xianxia knows. Xianxia will not dare to make any more mistakes, and will work hard for the Lord in the future. My Lord appreciates your architectural skills. From now on, you can work in Flower Town, and your family will be sent over. Yes, Xianxia will work hard. Thank you, Lord, for saving my life. He was sent to recuperate. List did not see him immediately. He was just an architect apprentice. Even if he reached the level of an architect, he was not worth much attention. He directly called out the smoke mission. Sure enough, after the reward was obtained in advance, the mission has changed. The mission has changed. Mission: the flower travels between Flower Town and Black Horse Island. Rain or shine, but navigation is risky, especially at night. Without the illumination of a lighthouse, you will get lost. Please build a lighthouse on Black Horse Island. Reward: a magic book. After reading the content of the mission, Liz suddenly found that he really had to pay attention to Xianxia. The lighthouse is obviously a relatively high-end building. The stonemasons and carpenters of Flower Town can't build a lighthouse. When Jorme's injuries are almost healed, have him come to see me. The reward for the mission is a magic book, which is quite interesting. The last reward was related to books. It was information about the invisible dragon, as well as the magic eyes, Chi's secret skill. In that case, this magic book is a reward for a powerful magic, and it's given to a Chi? No one in the territory knows magic. Only the siren A Chi, who is working hard to study water magic. The magic book reward can only be related to her. Chapter 310. There were three sources for List's magic books. One was that the flower caravan bought them from the bookstore in Coral City every time. The other was from Elksun, and the third was from the Tulip Castle caravan to buy books from other places. There was a high probability that the reward of the task would come from one of these three sources. Thinking about it this way, he felt a little indignant. Even without this task, the magic books would still be in his hands. It felt like taking off his pants and farting. It was superfluous. Anyway, the task had to be done. Coral City, a small town around. In a dilapidated cabin in the woods, Elksun Truth shrouded himself in a cloak and stood at the door of the cabin. With a creak, the door opened. An old woman with dark green hair opened the door. She was also wearing a magic cloak, but it was dirty and had obviously not been washed for a long time. "You're here, Elksun." "Yes, Sir Lisai." Elksun frowned quietly and tried to hold his breath. The smell in the room was too strange. "Why didn't your magic apprentice open the door? Why bother you to open the door? Clumsy waste. I have turned him into a pile of flower fertilizer." Lisai Truth said in a flat tone, telling of the murder that happened in private. Elksun twitched the corner of his mouth, wanting to laugh, but unable to. He could only change the subject. "Did your friend bring you new magic books?" Lisai smiled coldly. "Of course I did. What about you, Elksun? Are you ready for the gold coins you cheated from the little white-faced lord?" "I didn't cheat Baron List. I was just doing business." "Oh, I noticed that you've been visiting the Inga Tavern more often recently than you did last year." Lisai licked his dry, chapped lips, his eyes flashing. "Young people should be more restrained. Don't indulge yourself after making money. The path of truth needs to be explored alone." "Thank you for your advice, Sir Lisai. If there is nothing else, I want to get the magic books first. I have some things to deal with. Come with me." After entering the hut, Lisai pointed at a wooden box and said, "This is the new batch of magic books. There are no duplicates. There are 51 books in total. I'll charge you 3 gold coins. Last time, a box of magic books only cost 2 gold coins. The price has risen." Lisai smiled sinisterly. "Anyway, you can cheat more money from the pretty boy lord. Why do you care about a small business that only costs 1 or 2 gold coins? Sir Lisai, please don't spread rumors for no reason. When I do business with Baron List, I always mark the price clearly. I've never hidden or deducted anything." "Hee, use your lies to deceive Spectre. 3 gold coins, not 1 less. You're making things difficult for me. 51 magic books cost 3 gold coins. I can't afford such a price." Although he bargained for a while, in the end, Elksun reluctantly paid 3 gold coins. He asked one of the magic apprentices to take the box away and left the cabin in the middle of the forest that was emitting a strange smell. On the way back, the magic apprentice asked curiously, "Teacher, there's a strange smell in Lisai's house. She looks very sloppy. Not every sorcerer is as refined as my teacher, and not every magic apprentice is as lucky as you to have a peace-loving teacher. On average, Sir Lisai has a new magic apprentice every month. There are always silly teenagers who think that magic is a noble existence. Ah, is Lisai so harsh to the magic apprentices that he drives one away every month?" "Drives away?" Elksun laughed as if he had heard a joke. "Haha, Hans, you should learn to talk less, or you will expose your serious ignorance." But he didn't continue to explain. Only the puzzled teenager was left, struggling to hold the box and follow behind him. Back in his residence, Elksun sent Hans to meditate and began to sort out the books in the box. Lisai sold him books for 3 gold coins, which was a bit cruel, but he could reorganize the books and separate the valuable ones. Queen's Tower and Conjecture. Well, in Lisai's opinion, this monster story, which is no use at all, should sell for a good price. Baron List likes this kind of unconstrained imagination. He picked out the book and put it aside. Then he picked out a few more, such as field research on the giant footprint of Kamchatka, Randolph Truth's travels in the Grand Duchy of Brass, analysis of the magic principle of turning frogs into sheep, and so on. Finally, he turned to a book called The Secrets of Sea Snakes and carefully read a few pages. It shouldn't sell for a good price. It's all about the habits of sea monsters. Baron List won't like this kind of boring notes. So he threw the book back in a box. The books in the box were sold at cost, no bargaining. Looking at the pile of organized books, Link laughed. These should be able to sell for 5 or 6 gold rim coins. But next time, I'll have to contact a new sorcerer to buy these books. My Lisai, that old witch, is too greedy. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to get hold of the spellcasting methods that I want. Eat the marrow and know the taste. Selling magic is something that is despised by the magic world. Once it is done, it can't be stopped. Especially after receiving the payment for the flower wine a while ago, List directly paid 20 gold coins for the rock grenade casting plan. Elksun quickly fell in love with the pleasure of making a net profit of 20 gold coins. Next, I will expand my contacts and contact the mages of the Outer Islands. List doesn't care about Elksun's business methods. Of course, he knows that Elksun should make a lot of money for buying magic books and refining magic potions, but that's the way technology is monopolized. If you hire any mage to work, you have to pay enough technical fees. Unless he trains a mage himself. Perhaps the future siren, Chi, can help refine magic potions, but she can't do it now. He can only hire people with money. The income from the second batch of flower wine was quickly distributed, a total of 200 gold coins. The nobles of Coral Island quickly accepted the taste of the flower wine. The sale of gin has been banned on Coral Island. With enough gold coins, they don't care about the gold coins given to Elksun. They are in a good mood every day. The ironwood thorn products of the carpentry workshop have also gradually opened up to the market. The quality of ironwood is only slightly higher than the price of general wood products. It is quickly favored by the small nobles, and orders continue to pour in. Hangers, rocking chairs, drawers. These 3 new types of families are also very popular and have received a lot of orders. All the carpenters in the town are so busy that they have to have their meals delivered. They get up from dawn to dusk to make all kinds of wood products and sell them to all parts of Coral Island through caravans. Now Flower Town is thriving. Charles, you should feel it. Zambrata, who serves as the diplomat of Flower Town, is receiving a noble. Thunder a tribute, elite Earth Knight. Charles Trapp, who has the title of Lord Knight. Chapter 3:11. There was such a group of aristocrats. They followed their lord into battle, but the lord died on the battlefield. The fief lacked an heir and was directly incorporated by the superior lord. However, the superior lord refused to recognize the territorial rights of the followers of the dead lord, so their fief was deprived, leaving only a useless aristocratic title. There was also such a group of liars. They were best at forging their aristocratic identities, such as a bankrupt lord knight, a follower of a baron whose lord had died, or a viscount whose fief had been seized. In short, they had so-called aristocratic identities and fabricated all kinds of destitute backgrounds. The country was vast, and the transportation was backward. It was difficult for ordinary aristocrats to verify their identities when they encountered these liars. Therefore, when they treated these aristocrats, their attitude was to treat them politely, but they would never really recognize the other party's aristocratic identity. Charles Trapp was one of these 2 kinds of aristocrats. He was originally a follower of the Count of Pharaohland, but the Count of Pharaohland died on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Eagles 7 years ago, leaving no heir to inherit the title. His lord, Marquis Wallace Pineapple, took back the fief according to the law of the Grand Duchy. He refused to recognize the followers of the Count of Pharaohland as having legal rights to the fief. Marquis Wallace believed that it was his followers who did not protect him well that led to the death of the Count of Pharaohland. Therefore, all the fief was deprived. Charles was deprived of his fief, so he resented Marquis Wallace for being too greedy. He left the Pineapple family's fief Deep Throat Island, and wandered to Coral Island. Lee William Tulip did not believe Charles's words. He was not familiar with Pharaohland and did not know how many followers he had. Therefore, Charles was reduced to a marginal person on Coral Island. He could go to the battlefield and be incorporated into the mixed orders of chivalry, but even if he fought hard, he still could not get much credit. The Count did not care about such an elite Earth Knight. His elite orders of chivalry were all elite Earth Knights. The two Viscounts were also reluctant to share credit with a foreign knight, not to mention that he might be a liar. So Charles wasted 7 years without any results. They began to cast their gazes towards the Flower Town. At first, he wrote a letter to Gort to reminisce about their old friendship. After all, they were both nobles who had fallen from grace. Now he simply came to Flower Town in person and revealed his thoughts. List did not receive him, but arranged for Zambrata to receive him. The Lord of Flower Town was also afraid. If the other party was really a liar, his reputation would be ruined. He had to be careful when dealing with a knight of unknown origins. In his previous life, List had heard of many senior officials being deceived by swindlers and losing face all the way to their grandmother's house. He asked Zambrata to stay for the dinner. He asked about the reception of Charles. "What do you think of Charles?" "Sir, based on my understanding of Charles, he is indeed very strong, but speaking of his identity, many powerful Earth Knight like to take shortcuts. If they can pretend to be an aristocrat and get glory, why bother to fight on the battlefield? You know, not every elite Earth Knight can obtain aristocratic identity. I need some more objective information." List said. Zambrata was indeed knowledgeable and witty. However, he had a bad habit. He liked to talk big, but didn't get involved in practical matters. He was able to be pragmatic, but not practical. Zambrata coughed and replied, "I heard that he fought hard on the battlefield a few years ago, but in the past 2 years, his performance began to be mediocre. He usually wanted to integrate into the aristocratic circle, but he always tried too hard and acted too deliberately. When I received him today, I could feel that he was too anxious." "Too anxious?" "Yes. The conversation was always about you, Sir Lord. It made me feel that his purpose was too strong, and he always wanted to cover it up." Zambrata tried to make his words sound real. "We can all see his purpose in coming to Flower Town, but he feels that we can't see it clearly. Vulgarly speaking, it was probably the mentality of being a whore and still wanting to have a chastity." List understood this. "Then you continue to receive him. Don't promise anything. Let him see what he needs to do. I will see him again. First, tear down the other's chastity. Then they can meet each other honestly, talk about following, and accept the interests involved in following." In the next few days, List became very busy because he went to Black Dragon Island. The inventor's inspiration burst forth, causing him to order others to carry Jormea on a stretcher and personally supervise the construction of the kiln of the Fire Dragon brick factory. "I brought you here, in addition to instructing the stonemasons to build the brick factory kiln. I hope you can understand the help of rubber water for construction," he said to Jormea. Then he walked into a simply built kiln, took out the Fire Dragon jar containing the Fire Dragon magic, and released the Fire Dragon magic. After several adjustments, the range of activity of the magic Fire Dragon was successfully fixed in the calcining space of the kiln. Then he instructed the stonemasons to bond a stone wheel with rubber water and experiment with the effect of pushing and pulling. He personally led people to find suitable brown soil and yellow soil from Black Horse Island and mix them into clay raw materials. The wooden brick mold was filled with stirred clay and pressed down with a wooden plank to form a rectangular brick. Hundreds of serfs, perhaps a little stupid, but absolutely unconditionally obey orders. What they're told to do, without asking why, they will do it directly. So the speed is very fast. A cart of bricks has been stacked. 1, 2, 3, shouting slogans. The serfs pushed the stone wheel into the kiln, and the calcining began. This takes some time. List went to the other side, where Jormea was watching the serfs mix the sand and stones on the beach with rubber water, and then pile them into a new brick factory kiln. "What do you see?" "My lord, rubber water is incredible. It is faster than glutinous rice juice. which takes at least a day to solidify and a week to completely solidify. You asked me to build a lighthouse. I originally expected it to take a month to complete, but now it seems that it may only take a few days. Jormaya exclaimed. The lighthouse is not easy to build, because first of all, it has to be in a relatively steep and high place, usually on some cliffs and reefs. Not only does it need to carry materials, but it is also very dangerous. When the stones are piled up, it takes a long time to solidify. It is even more difficult to build a large lighthouse. But with the quick solidifying effect of rubber water, the construction time will be greatly shortened, and it is not difficult to build a lighthouse in a short period of time by crazy accumulation of manpower and material resources. List did not intend to build a large lighthouse. He only intended to build a small 10-meter-high lighthouse on the rocky beach near Black Horse Port. After installing a crystal lamp, the range can reach 2 or 3 kilometers. In the future, when conditions are met, another small lighthouse will be built on the reef on the channel, and a small lighthouse will also be built in the Port of Flowers. In this way, the flowers will no longer have any risk of getting lost. While talking, Chapter 312. Water was poured to cool it. Smoke rose from the gray-brown bricks. A serf wearing gloves took a few pieces and handed them to List, Gort, and Marcus. Test the hardness. Clang, clang. With 2 strikes of the hammer, the bricks were smashed. The hardness is average. The degree of firing is not enough. Try another furnace. List said calmly. This furnace of bricks obviously did not reach the quality of his experiment. The new furnace took 10 minutes to burn, and it took a full half an hour to finish. After the water was poured to cool, the gray-brown bricks had reached the standard hardness, which was not much worse than granite. Jemiah felt the hardness and weight of the bricks on the stretcher and could not help but praise again. Sir, with bricks of the same shape, it will be very convenient to build any building. Compared to those fragile pottery, the bricks are exactly as hard as stone. It's good that it's easy to use. Then the rest of the brick factory kiln will be handed over to you to design. When the construction of the brick factory is completed, you will immediately start building the lighthouse. If Jemiah had not been brought in advance, he would have produced qualified bricks at this time and completed the task. Jemiah would have entered his vision. However, the smoke task has changed. Jemiah arrived early and was preparing to build the lighthouse, which shortened the time of the task. Liz turned around and asked Marcus, Teacher Marcus, has the location of the lighthouse been chosen? I have done a field survey with Captain Costo and determined that it should be built 1 mile west of Black Horse Port. The terrain there is very high, the angle of view is very good, and it can be seen clearly from a ship. Moreover, the surrounding rocky beach does not hinder walking, and it is very convenient to transport building materials. Then build the lighthouse in this location. Consultant Gort, you continue to be responsible for the construction of the brick factory. As you wish, sir. After handing over the task of construction supervision to Gort, Liz took Marcus, Russell, and Griffin, rode on his mount, Lightning, and began another task on this trip to Black Horse Island, to find wild tea trees. There were not many trees on the island. Most of them were rubber trees. Therefore, there were very few trees that could not be identified. In just one day, Liz found the reward of the smoke mission before that, 3 wild tea trees. These 3 wild tea trees were right next to each other, growing on the northern slope of the ice-grass hill. They could be seen at a glance. It belonged to the shrub type of tea tree. It wasn't very tall, only about 2 meters tall. The branches were numerous and messy, unlike the neatly planted tea trees. It was now March, and the tender leaves of the wild tea tree had just sprouted not long ago. It was slightly different from the tender shoots of the tea tree in List's memory. The edges were not too obvious, and the buds were not obvious. It couldn't compare to the domesticated tea tree. When picking tea, especially spring tea, one could pick a single bud, a single leaf, or a single bud with 2 leaves. A single sprout was a bud that had just sprouted and had yet to form a tender leaf. 1 sprout and 1 leaf meant that 1 bud had grown into a tender leaf. 1 sprout and 2 leaves meant that 2 buds had grown into tender leaves. Some people like to drink single sprouts. Normally, only 30 to 40,000 sprouts could produce 1 caddy of single sprouts. The single sprouts were not fully developed, so they didn't taste fresh enough and would be a little bitter. Not to mention, they weren't resistant to soaking. But people liked the fragrance and mellow taste of the single sprouts, as well as the noble atmosphere. 1 leaf and 2 leaves were more common. They were well developed, had sufficient amino acids and vitamins, and had sufficient fragrance. It was just that when brewed, it didn't have the pleasing feeling of standing up like a needle like the single sprouts. The thick tea flavor also lacked a hint of elegance. High-grade Longjing tea, for example, was made by gathering single sprouts and frying them. Liszt didn't understand the above. Before he transmigrated, he was just an ordinary working-class person who drank more beverages than tea. His understanding of tea leaves was obtained from the ubiquitous advertisements on video websites. Things like big leaf tea and small leaf tea, how many processes there were, and how old experts personally supervised the production. If I'm not wrong, these 3 trees should be called tea trees. Liszt stood in front of the wild tea trees and said lightly. Marcus asked curiously, "Black tea tree?" "Sir, the black tea tree doesn't look like this. Its leaves are slightly red and round, and they can even bear fruit. This is a green tea tree." Liszt said, "I've read in a magic book that the green tea tree is very different from the black tea tree. Its buds can be picked, fried, and brewed directly into tea for drinking, which is very good for the body." Green tea tree? Marcus chewed on the name of the tree and said nothing more. He knew that he was not as knowledgeable as Liszt. The young lord was well-read and knew a lot of things. The rubber tree was the best example. If it wasn't for the wisdom of the Lord, they would have missed the extremely important rubber. Without any delay, Liszt directly ordered a group of female serfs to collect the buds of 3 green tea trees. Whether it was a single bud with 1 leaf, a single bud with 2 leaves, or a single bud with 3 or 4 leaves. Let's collect it first. Of course, according to junior high school biology knowledge, he knew that tea should be collected from the top of the tea tree. Because plants have an apical advantage, the top bud grows first and inhibits the growth of the side buds. After picking the top bud, the side buds of the tea tree will grow without affecting the growth of the tea tree. Today, there are nearly 1,500 serfs working on Black Horse Island. There are also a lot of female serfs. Griffin called 20 and brought a few ladders to pick the top buds of the green tea tree. Looking at the serfs at work, Liszt suddenly thought of a legend of tea picking, lip tea. It was said that there was a kind of tea that was picked by virgins with their own mouths, and the tea stained with virgin saliva was particularly fragrant. After frying, it was put into the arms of virgins. Finally, the new tea that came out of the oven was fragrant, and had the unique body fragrance of virgins. It was called lip tea. Legends were not credible. At least Liszt did not believe it. If the virgin who picked the tea looked like Sister Xiaofeng, he believed that no one would be willing to drink that kind of lip tea. In 2 hours, the serfs had picked most of the top buds. There was not much in total, about 2 pounds. With 2 pounds of tender leaves and shoots, Liszt was ready to return to Flower Town by boat. Gort and Marcus were in charge of the work on Black Horse Island, so there would be no problems. Just before leaving, Gort looked at him eagerly. "Sir, Freya has been pregnant for 9 months and will give birth at any time, but I can't be with her. Don't worry, when the lighthouse construction is completed, you can come back." Consultant Gort, Flower Town is important, but the construction of Black Horse Island's port town is equally important. You need to maintain it for a while. After all, teacher Marcus lacks experience. At this point, Gort could only cheer up, "Sir, please rest assured that Gort will carefully plan the development of the port town." Liszt comforted Gort. The flowers set sail, braving the wind and waves in the blue sky and blue sea. Chapter 3:13. 1 gin of fresh tea was fried into 2 taels of dry tea. Mrs. Abbey, in accordance with Liszt's requirements, repeatedly stir-fried the tea leaves with her palms over a small fire. After about an hour of stir-frying, the tea leaves had curled and dried up. Because he didn't know what temperature was right and how to fry it, List put the tea leaves into the gem space to keep them fresh. He only took out 1 gene of fresh tea for the experiment. The fried tea leaves were spread out to cool, and the next day, List tried to make a cup. When he watched the curled and dried tea leaves slowly stretch out in the crystal cup as if they were alive, and the color of the tea gradually turned pale yellow and green, he only felt that success was beckoning. Sure enough, when the tea cooled a little, he immediately began to taste it. After entering the mouth, the familiar taste of tea instantly exploded on the taste buds of the tongue. His heart flashed, and his eyes were even a little astringent. Tea! I drank it. This is really tea. Although it is a little bitter and the quality is not very good, it is indeed tea. 2 taels of dry tea can make about 10 cups of tea. There is still 1 gene of fresh tea in the gem space, which can be fried into a total of 4 taels of dry tea, which is equivalent to about 20 cups of tea. 1 cup a day, I can only drink it for 20 days. After 3 months, I should be able to pick this summer tea, another 20 cups. It seems that I can pick it again in autumn, another 20 cups. That is to say, I can drink 60 cups of tea a year. List thought about it, and felt that it could not be calculated like this. The tea leaves have been drunk. What should he do in the future? My goal should be to cultivate tea trees, but who can tell me how to grow tea trees? Should I rely on cuttings? Or to direct seed planting? He didn't know much about it. In his memory, he didn't seem to have heard of tea blooming and bearing fruit. Forget it. Let's wait and see if the tea leaves will bloom and bear fruit. If they can bloom and collect the seeds, we will start sowing next year. If not, we will use cuttings to plant green tea trees next year. Tasting the pure tea. List has decided to breed tea trees on Black Horse Island. Even if he does not promote tea culture, he should plant a tea garden and make tea for himself. A cup of tea was drunk. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he clearly felt that his body seemed to have relaxed a little. The grease of the big meat dishes seemed to have been dissolved by the tea. During the banquet, he had a good appetite and ate an extra piece of World of Warcraft meat. It was left hanging for a few days. Through Zambrata, the Lord Knight knew that he had come to Flower Town. He was anxious but reserved at the beginning, then only irritated and now full of disappointment. List decided to meet Charles Pitfall. In any case, on the Coral Island, the aristocrats still recognized him as a Chevalier Knight, and etiquette should not be lacking. Sir Charles, how do you feel after staying in Flower Town for a few days? List wore the standard smile of an aristocrat as he rocked the rocking chair under the apple tree that had just sprouted and was about to bloom. Today's weather was not bad. It was quite sunny and windy. Charles sat upright on a stool. List's reception made his disappointed heart restless again. Sir Baron, Flower Town has a great future. Many people say so, including my father and my grandfather, Marquis Merlin. List seemed very casual, not deliberately showing off. When I first came to Flower Town, it was like many small towns without a lord, living in hunger and cold. It was your arrival that brought a happy life to the civilians of Flower Town. Charles sincerely praised. A person's destiny, of course, depends on their own struggle, but also the historical process. Sorry, you may not know much about history. List picked up the glass of milk and motioned to Charles to drink milk. He took a sip to moisten his throat. He continued, "The development of Flower Town cannot be separated from my leadership, but it also cannot be separated from the support of Tulip Castle. Slave trade, seafood, flower soap, flower wine. The market is big, but you have to integrate into it to see the wider world. So, Sir Charles, what do you see?" Charles did not understand what List was talking about for a while. In fact, he was just being mysterious. List did not give him time to think and said directly, "I heard that you are a veteran elite Earth Knight with superb fighting skills and powerful strength. Recently, my talent has also begun to show, and I have defeated more than one elite Earth Knight. Why not practice a sword fight?" Since Sir Baron is interested, Charles is willing to accompany Sir Baron to practice sword fighting. "Don't hold back. I can defeat the elite Earth Knight. This is not a joke." List pulled out a long steel sword and walked to the grassland. Now that he is thinking about going to the battlefield, he will never miss the opportunity to fight against the elite Earth Knight. Charles, who was about 40 years old, took the long steel sword handed by the servant, and his temperament suddenly changed. There's a vague demeanor of a strong man, more imposing than Marcus. The two men, one with fire attribute and the other with thunder attribute, are ready to fight. Great Fire Wave. The first move was a fierce attack. This was List's style. A random punch could kill an old master. No matter how exquisite one's Do skills were, one only needed to rely on the abundant Do Chi that came from taking potions to attack. Charles's sword flashed with lightning, quickly breaking through the sky, full of flame fighting energy, and directly hit List's head. Steady, accurate, and fierce. With this move alone, List dared to conclude that Charles is stronger than Marcus and Paris without transformation. However, this level alone is not enough to scare List. His blood was even more boiling, and his fighting energy exploded. He wanted to burst out all at once. Fire Dragon Sweep. Dang! The long swords collided, and sparks flew everywhere. They're not only flame sparks, but also electric sparks. List's body, wrapped in fire attribute fighting energy, was still hit by a little thunder attribute fighting energy. He felt a slight numbness in the part that was hit. It is not to the extent that it affects the action. Fire Dragon Roll. Another huge wave of fighting energy burst out. List's momentum is even fiercer, pressing down on Charles. The seemingly rough fighting technique attack method is meticulous in its roughness. He always pays attention to Charles's counterattack. He mixed in the transformation of the real and the false, and from time to time, a subtle sneak attack. Such a fierce fighting style only caught Charles unprepared, and he gradually lost his physical strength. He wanted to fight back, but he was surrounded by flames and did not know how to fight back. Although his defense was still tight, he felt extremely depressed. He felt that he is not facing an Earth Knight, but a domineering Sky Knight. However, after all, he is a veteran elite Earth Knight who has been on many battlefields. His eyes are bright, looking for any space to fight back. He firmly believes fierce attacks have never been able to last. However, this reason is invalid in front of List. He suddenly shouted, "Prairie Fire Cut." The fine steel long sword turned into a fan-shaped fire rain, madly attacking Charles. When Charles just withstood this explosive attack, he shouted again, "Heart of Fire Dragon Drill." This time, the fine steel sword turned into a fire dragon, rolling up the fire attribute magic scattered in the surroundings of the prairie blazing fire slash. With a thrust of the sword, the huge fire dragon, transformed from Do Chi, crashed into Charles's body. Boom! Charles's firm defense is like paper, no longer able to maintain. The long sword suddenly left his hand, and the leather armor in front of his body was heavily bombarded by the fire dragon. His whole body, like the long sword, flew into the air. He flipped a few times and fell heavily to the ground. His eyes were seeing stars, and he was dizzy from the fall. When he slightly recovered from the dizziness, he suddenly found that there was a red-hot fine steel long sword on his neck. The tip of the sword is hot, as if it can burn his skin at any time. The owner of the sword, with his back to the sun, could not see his face clearly, but his figure under the light was tall and straight, making people can't help but want to surrender. Chapter 314. Defeating Charles' trap, in List's view, was a very normal thing. Just like how most medicine styles could defeat battle technique styles, one could indeed do whatever they wanted with money. But as List's opponent, Charles felt it was difficult to accept that he was already over 40 years old, but he couldn't beat a 17-year-old young man. This was a result he never expected before the actual combat exercise. The most important point was that he had no power to fight back and was suppressed from the beginning to the end. The situation was quite embarrassing, but the long sword with a scorching aura was already on his neck. Charles had to admit that he had indeed lost to a young man. This should have been a matter of shame and indignation. Considering List's identity, he was quickly relieved. The son of the Tulip family and inherited the bloodline of the Taro family. Such a noble aristocrat should have such strength. In the end, he just sighed and said sincerely, "I lost. There is more than one elite Earth Knight who lost to me. You don't have to worry about it. At the elite Earth Knight level, your strength is not bad. The paralysis effect of the Thunder attribute is also very threatening," List said faintly. In fact, he had only sparred with Marcus in Paris. There was no victory or defeat. There was no life-risking battle. But in the Earth Knight stage, sword fights were relatively rare. It was still mainly group charges. List did not plan to go to the battlefield and fight one-on-one with others. What he wanted to do was to practice archery. Learning from Marcus's multiple arrows, he had already surpassed his master. If it was a real battle on the battlefield, he would mainly shoot arrows from the periphery. Lord Baron is strong. Charles is convinced. The Tulip family's bloodline is one of the noblest I have ever seen. Charles got up, half flattering and half sincere. The only difference between the Tulip family and the Marquis family is time. List threw the fine steel long sword to the servant and took the handkerchief to wipe his hands. The title should be conferred as soon as possible. Time is everyone's enemy. Charles had a deep understanding. Yes, the feeling of being the enemy of time is very terrifying. For an elite Earth Knight like him, he had no hope of breaking through and no money to take pills. In a few years, his physical functions would begin to decline. That was why he was eager to find an opportunity. "Sir Baron, if you need help on the road to glory, Charles is willing to charge for Sir Baron." He was ready to follow. However, List thought for a moment and said, "I'm just a Baron, the second son of a Count. My knight squad members are all knight who are fighting against fate like me, because they had no choice but to fight for glory. What about you? You have many choices, so why did you come to the Flower Town?" Of course, it was because the Flower Town had a chance. However, Charles knew that such an answer was not what List wanted. The knight chose to follow the Lord, and the Lord would also choose a suitable follower. He had to prove to List that he was a qualified follower. But how to prove it, he couldn't figure out for a while. "Lord Baron, don't worry, Sir Charles. Time is our enemy, but it can also make us more aware of what we want. You can go back first and think calmly about what you want and what you can do. At that time, we will talk about following." Finally, Charles still left the Flower Town with regret, doubt, and a glimmer of hope. Under the apple tree, the new chat partner had been replaced by Zambrata. "My lord, did you refuse Charles's following?" "No, but I didn't accept it either. I told him to go back first and come back after recognizing himself." List sipped his milk tea and said, "This is just an excuse for me to send him away. In fact, I haven't thought about whether to accept his following. You also said that his identity is an obstacle. It was actually good to have an elite Earth Knight as a follower, but he was afraid that the other party was an aristocrat with a fake identity. If one day he was exposed by anti-counterfeiters, it would not only be Charles who would lose face, but also List, a poor aristocratic lord who was deceived by a liar." Zambrata nodded and said with some emotion, "What hinders him from achieving the glory of a knight is the aristocratic title he values most. Maybe one day he will think clearly and give up his identity to fight for it." List smiled. He felt that it was unlikely, so he changed the topic. "Where were we last time? I think it was about Count Dracula of the Grand Duchy of Rose. He was mistaken for a vampire?" "Yes, he hid in the bloody castle and never participated in the banquets between the nobles. He was once the most glorious Sky Knight of the Grand Duchy of Rose, and even the daughter of the Grand Duchy of Rose fell in love with him." Zambrata was not good at talking about government affairs, but when it came to telling stories, he could always tell fascinating stories. As the Countess fell asleep, Count Dracula also became gloomy and strange, so some people said that he signed a contract with the devil and turned himself into a vampire to save the Countess. I guess the Countess must be beautiful and moving. When I passed by the bloody castle, I wandered for a long time, but I rarely heard people talk about the Countess's appearance. I couldn't even find out the Countess's identity. It's a pity. Stories of vampires and werewolves were widely circulated. However, it was quite interesting for a living count to be mistaken for a vampire. This gave Liszt a lot of inspiration, giving him the impulse to write the historical novel Dragons Fighting in the Wild. Perhaps he could make up a great war between ancient people and vampires. The vampires retreated and mingled with the humans. Maybe it's right next to me. It was a pity. The writing plan of Dragons Fighting in the Wild was delayed again. With great difficulty, he finally settled the matters of the carpentry workshop and the brick factory. But before he could relax for a few days, he received a notice from the Knights of the Tulip Castle that the young heir of the Golden Wheatear family had visited the Long Taro Castle. Leaves had accompanied him back and informed Liszt to entertain the guest. As aristocratic children, it was natural to socialize with each other. Liszt had to arrange things in Flower Town and accompany the siren Chi to the beach to play for a few hours. Only then did he bring his signature blizzard beast, Dosin, and his personal guard, Paris, to Tulip Castle early the next morning. Alas, aristocrats are really sociable. There are always 10,000 reasons to get together to eat and drink. I don't want to live such a life. Sitting in a carriage with a black tulip flag, Liszt looked out of the window in boredom. Forests, bushes, wastelands, farmland, and sparse wooden houses. This was an era of fairly backward productivity, full of primitive atmosphere. When the carriage entered Coral City, the bustling crowd seemed to pull him back to the dirty and messy streets of the Middle Ages. However, along the hillside full of tulip flowers, he drove towards the tall and majestic Tulip Castle. The light of civilization came to his face. Chapter 3:15. Liszt, you have to help me. Before seeing the people of the Golden Wheatear family, Leavis hurried over and directly pulled Liszt to a corner of the hall. He said anxiously, "Whether brother's marriage will be happy or not depends on you." What does he mean? Liszt didn't react for a moment. He even thought that Leavis had some health problems and needed him to do it for him. But the next moment, Leavis gave his own answer. Rolia was somewhat resistant to Marquis Roderick's arrangement. During my trip to Golden Island, she didn't give me any face. Although the marriage was set due to pressure, but she could go back on her word at any time. Why? With your identity, you are definitely a qualified marriage partner. The eldest son of a rising count, the future heir of Coral Island, his talent was not bad. He was an elite Earth Knight. He could break through to Sky Knight at any time. The ideal partner of many aristocratic ladies was someone like Leavis. Because she has a scoundrel sister. Leavis gnashed his teeth a bit. She always urges Rolia to rebel against Marquis Roderick and pursue true happiness. I can't wait to kill her. But I can't. Rolia and her sister have a good relationship. I have to please Rona the Golden Wheatear, Rolia's sister, had just turned 16 this year. Liszt asked, "So what do you need me to do? Take Rona. What? Conquer her, just like what you did in the Long Taro Castle. With your appearance, it would be easy to conquer a 16-year-old girl, wouldn't it? The two sisters marrying us two brothers would be a classic love story that could be written into a night novel." "Sorry, brother, I refuse." Liszt said directly, "I don't have any plans to get married, at least not at the moment. You should always need an aristocratic wife to accompany you for life. Rona is a good choice. As the daughter of a marquis, there is no better marriage partner. Sorry, I like to go with the flow. I don't like to insist on identity. I really can't understand what you're thinking." Leavis complained, and then said, "But no matter what, you have to help me please Ranesa. My dear brother, for the sake of your brother's happiness, you won't refuse, right?" He had already said so. Liszt could not refuse, unless he wanted to ruin Leavis's marriage. "Of course, I will try to please Ronada. Sometimes, being too handsome could be troublesome." Seeing Liszt nod, only then did Leavis pull him up to the second floor. In the hall on the second floor, there was a family tea party. Around a round table with various fruits and pastries sat Madame Penelope, Madame Marie, Lavera, Lytton, and two unfamiliar young men. One was a handsome man in his 20s. The other was a woman with beautiful brown-black hair, big eyes, and a pure face. She looked like a fairy. Her ladylike dress fit her extremely well. Her otherworldly and elegant appearance immediately reminded Liszt of the Brazilian model Deborah Silva, whom he had once followed online. Out of 10, he would get 8. 5 points, which was similar to Dunico Hyacinth's score. Roger, Ronatha, let me introduce you. This is my dear brother, Liszt Tulip. He is currently in theft as the Flower Town's Baron. However, on the Coral Island, everyone knows that Liszt has a great future ahead of him. He is the glory of the Tulip family. In front of outsiders, Levis gave Liszt face. The countryside baron was praised as the glory of the Coral Island. Immediately after, he made introductions to Liszt. This is Roger Goldenwheat, the son of Marquis Roderick, the heir to the Golden Island, and Rosalia's brother. This is Rona the Golden Wheat, Rosalia's sister. She is the most beautiful flower on the Golden Island. Sir Roger, it is a pleasure to meet you. Liszt smiled. It is also a pleasure to meet you, Sir Liszt. Roger had a standard aristocratic smile on his face as he spoke the standard polite words of communication. Liszt then looked at Ronatha. From the moment they met, he decided that for the sake of his brother's happy marriage, he must help her. Beautiful Miss Ronatha, it is a pleasure to meet you. Hello, Sir Liszt. Ronatha responded in a slightly reserved manner. After the greetings, Liszt took off his frac Abier coat and handed it to a servant to hang on a hanger before taking a seat. He was not in a hurry to participate in the conversation. Instead, he just listened quietly with a smile on his face. The topic of conversation was very boring. It was mostly about some aristocratic anecdotes or the prosperity of each other's families. Liszt didn't say much until lunchtime. Of course, it was different from before when he couldn't get a word in. Now, it was purely because he didn't want to say much. Talking about boring aristocratic anecdotes would not give him a witty and talkative image. In fact, he just had to maintain his beauty. With the participation of an aristocrat with an exuberant temperament like him, the overall level of the party was obviously raised by a large margin. Self-confidence gave charm, and no one could ignore the current list. When lunch was over and it was time for afternoon tea, Ronatha took the initiative to talk to Liszt. I heard from Levis that Dialyse is a beautiful piano piece that you heard from afar. I don't know if Levis told you the story behind Dialyse, the heartfelt and heartbreaking love between a brother and sister. I heard someone else play this piece, but it was not complete, so I added and modified some of the melody myself. Then you must be a talented pianist. I tried to play Dialyse a few times, and it sounds so perfect, almost flawless. Almost flawless means that there are some small flaws. Ronatha, can I discuss with you, find out where the flaws are, and then correct them? I'm afraid that with my level, I can't give you better advice. It doesn't matter. It's just a mutual discussion. When it comes to piano, I'm just a beginner. I have a good grasp of the melody, but I don't play the piano often. I need a skilled pianist to cooperate with me. Liszt invited Ronatha to the piano room. The piano room of Tulip Castle was very large, and there were several grand pianos in it. The servants quickly lifted the cover and brought in tea, as well as a copy of Dialyse, and placed it on the shelf. Liszt sat in front of the piano, his hand gently stroking the keys. The texture of the grand piano was incomparable to his upright piano. I'll play first to familiarize myself with the melody. Ronatha smiled and said, I look forward to your performance. Clang. Without too much nonsense, he was like a dedicated performer who was really here to discuss piano problems. His slender and powerful fingers tapped the black and white keys, and his entire temperament suddenly integrated with Dialyse. Before, he exuded calmness. Now it seems that there is warmth flowing from his body. Suppressed and driven by the siren 8 cheese singing, his current playing skills are already at the master level on only 2 tracks, Dialyse and With You. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong ding. The crisp notes floated in the empty piano room in an instant, and the slightly cold atmosphere gradually began to warm up. This is the charm of music. It is also the brilliance of Liszt. Chapter 316. Men who played the piano always brought a feeling of romance to women. This was the charm of music and the influence of culture. When the aristocracy took the piano as a necessity, playing the piano became the best synonym for aristocratic temperament. If the handsome man who played the piano was added, it would be even more romantic. The song ended. Liszt waited for the notes to completely fall to the ground in the piano room before he turned his head and looked at Xianxia, who was immersed in the music. "Miss Xianxia, my performance wasn't very good. I'm sorry. Just call me Xianxia." She smiled sweetly. "But I think you played too well. Really, I always thought that there were a few small details that weren't good enough. But now I know that it wasn't a flaw in the score, but I didn't know how to deal with it when I played." Liszt raised his eyebrows. Xianxia continued, "After listening to your performance, I know that Dialyse really is a perfect existence. There's no such thing as a perfect thing in the world. You think it's perfect because you know how to appreciate it." Liszt stood up and held out his hand to Xianxia. "Come on, try to play it once. Maybe you'll have new inspiration and find its flaws for me." She put her hand in Liszt's and let Liszt pull her up. Xianxia felt that the atmosphere at the moment was so good that she sat in front of the piano with a smile on her face. "If my performance isn't good enough, don't laugh at me. No one will laugh at a beautiful lady." Liszt sat down, picked up his cup, and took a sip of coffee that he didn't really like. He made a listening posture. Xianxia took a deep breath. Her chest, which wasn't too perky, trembled slightly, showing off her slender figure. Her side profile was dignified and her back was straight. She had the impeccable demeanor of a lady. This was a good demeanor cultivated from a large aristocratic family. The sound of the zither rang out, with a style different from Liszt's. Every note was played on point, but there was always a lack of liveliness, as if she had deliberately played it for the sake of accuracy. Just by listening to this short section, Liszt understood Xianxia's piano level. Her technique was very solid and skilled, but she really did not have much talent. What she heard was not the girlish warmth of Fur Elise, but more like a primary school student who was overwhelmed by homework. To be honest, this level of playing was a huge contrast to Xianxia's image. According to Levis's description, Xianxia often urged Rolia to pursue a free marriage. It was hard to imagine that a person who yearned for freedom would play the piano so rigidly. When the music ended, comparing the two. "Sorry, Liszt. I was too nervous when I was playing," she said. "Sorry, I was too nervous." "I don't think so. There are indeed two parts of the melody that are a bit stiff, but the other parts are quite good." His technique is very skillful, and he didn't make any mistakes. "Do you really think so?" Xianxia asked expectantly. "My piano teacher said that I'm not good at using the piano to express my emotions, but I like playing the piano. It makes me feel like I'm flying like a bird." Liszt thought about it. He was really too embarrassed to go against his conscience and praise the other party for playing well. So he replied, "I think you lack a collision of sparks, like you lack some crazy actions in life." Is rebelling against my parents considered a crazy action? Every rebellious youth will rebel against their parents. But these can't be counted as a collision of sparks. Have you ever tried to gallop on a horse without caring about anything? Instead of drinking afternoon tea, why not ride a horse and have a good run? That's relaxing. Liszt proposed a new entertainment. Riding horses, drinking tea, hunting, playing the piano. These were the usual entertainment for aristocrats. He really did not want to listen to Xianxia play the piano. Xianxia was a good listener, but not a very good performer. Ever since he had awakened the soul of a pianist, his appreciation for music had suddenly risen. Although he needed to curry favor with Xianxia in order to help Levis, there was no need to suffer his ears. The girl nodded lightly. "Then let's go ride a horse." Liszt was riding Black Dragon. Xianxia was riding a brown-yellow steed of Tulip Castle. This steed was obviously of a much lower bloodline than Black Dragon, as it appeared to be ill at ease in front of Black Dragon. Tulip Castle was along the hillside to the north, and there was a large grassland where one could gallop to one's heart's content. When the two horses galloped, the brown-yellow steed that Xianxia was riding clearly couldn't keep up with Black Dragon. It fell behind by a body's length, and this was after Liszt had slowed down. He lightly kicked Black Dragon's belly, approached Ronesa, and shouted against the wind. From here, further north is the rocky beach by the sea. Ronesa, you must gallop to your heart's content and chase after the source of the wind. Only in this way can you blend into nature like a horse. Giddy up. Black Dragon accelerated. Understand, giddy up. Ronesa also urged the brown-yellow steed to chase after Black Dragon. The wind whistled in her ears. It was the friction of freedom. Casting aside the reservedness of an aristocratic young lady, she let her body wander in the air, feeling particularly broad-minded. She tilted her head and looked at the handsome rider in front of her, who would turn his head and smile at her from time to time through her hair that was messed up by the wind. She suddenly felt that the moment worth looking forward to in life was not when Prince Charming slowly walked over with his horse. Instead, it was when Prince Charming suddenly arrived and picked you up by the waist. Thump, thump, thump. Her heartbeat sped up. She watched as Black Dragon gradually pulled away from her, lashed the horsewhip, and shouted, "Giddy up!" The steed was in pain and galloped madly, but couldn't keep up with Black Dragon's speed. This made her a little anxious, and she constantly urged the brown-yellow steed to gallop. When they rushed through the grassland and entered a piece of wasteland with gravel, the galloping brown-yellow steed suddenly stepped on a loose stone and fell. Caught off guard, Ronesa was also ruthlessly thrown down and fell to the ground. She screamed, "Ah, stop!" When List heard the scream, he immediately stopped Black Dragon, and then fiercely turned around and rushed towards Ronesa. He dismounted, knelt on one knee, and helped Ronesa up. He gently and somewhat urgently asked, "Where are you hurt, Ronesa?" "No, it's just a little painful from the fall." Ronesa had practiced chi. She moved her wrist to make sure that she wasn't hurt, but her clothes were a little muddy. She said with slight embarrassment, "I'm sorry. I was too anxious to urge the horse." He looked to the side and saw that the brown-yellow steed should have been injured. It was lying on the ground and hadn't gotten up, but it didn't look like it was injured from the way it was eating grass with its head tilted. But it clearly wasn't suitable for riding. List looked at the retainer knight, who still hadn't caught up, and picked up Ronesa. "Ride with me first." After saying that, he gracefully mounted the steed and put Ronesa on Black Dragon's back. He hugged Ronesa's waist. He kicked Black Dragon's belly and said, "If you're not in a hurry to go back and change your clothes, I'll take you to the rocky beach according to the original plan." Ronesa wriggled her body. Feeling her heart beating faster in the arms of others, she pretended to be calm and replied, "I'm fine, List. Giddy up." One horse and two riders continued to gallop in the sunset. Chapter 317. Holding Ronesa in his arms, List rode Black Dragon slowly along the coastline to enjoy the sunset. He had to admit that he didn't know what to do next. His original intention was to help Levis and leave a good impression on Ronesa, so that she would no longer urge her sister to pursue freedom and marry Levis in peace. But after the mishap, the two of them were riding together. The contact between their chest and back, coupled with the beautiful scene of the sunset falling into the sea, made the atmosphere unwittingly become ambiguous. He felt the slight tremble of the petite body in his arms, and could even hear the acceleration of her heartbeat, as well as the sound of her increasingly heavy breathing. Suddenly, as if they had a telepathic connection, List gently pulled her shoulders. She obediently turned her upper body sideways, turned her neck back, and closed her eyes. List raised his upper body and looked at her long eyelashes. Without any politeness, he wrapped his hands around her slender waist, pulled her into his embrace, and fiercely kissed her rosy cheeks. Sucking. Entanglement. Feeling that this position was somewhat awkward, he abruptly parted the lips and tongues that were passionately kissing. He quickly picked Ronesa up and placed her horizontally on the horse's back. "Ah, ugh." Before Ronesa could cry out in alarm, half of her voice was blocked in her mouth, and she could only let out a soft snort through her nose. The passionate kiss was like practicing the difficult piano. He had to use all his strength to cater to it. His mind was empty, without any thoughts. There was only the feedback from his body. There was a warm touch that kept roaming through his clothes, making him feel numb. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't bear to resist. He was lost in the enjoyment of primitive nature. Despite the red sunlight, the shadows of the two of them were elongated. In the distance, the retainer knight of the two aristocrats had gathered together. Seeing the crushed figures, no one dared to approach. They just silently dismounted and pulled their horses to find grass to eat. Xavier Oxdung patted Philip Wool on the shoulder and whispered, "Sir Lord is too powerful." "What?" Philip was somewhat puzzled. Xavier pursed his lips. "Of course it's charm. Sir Lord's charm is unrivaled." "Yes, Xavier, you are right. In Flower Town, everyone respects and loves Sir Lord. He is a born son of glory, and the glory of a knight that favors him shines like the sun." I didn't want to talk about that." Philip was stunned. "Is that so? What are you talking about? Can't you see what Sir Lord is doing?" Xavier said in a fussy tone. "Who is that?" "She's the noble young lady of the Golden Wheat family. She's as unattainable as the stars in the sky. But now, she is in the arms of our Lord, enjoying his passion." "That's normal." Philip looked at the distant seaside. List and Ronesa had already dismounted and were strolling hand in hand among the rocks. "Sir Lord is like the sun, and the young lady of the Golden Wheat's family is like the stars. Isn't it only natural that the sun and the stars are together?" "Yeah." Xavier suddenly felt that what Philip said was very reasonable, and he was speechless. He really wanted to say that this should be a very surprising thing. His Sir Lord was just a small country baron, while the other party was the young lady of the Golden Wheat's family, a socialite destined to be a great aristocratic madam. As a result, it only took half a day for her to fall into the hands of Sir Lord. However, on second thought, Sir Lord's future was bound to be bright, and his status was equally noble. Why couldn't he hold hands and kiss the young lady of the Golden Wheat's family? He had seen a young lady of the Count's family tidy up Sir Lord's collar at the time of their parting in the Longtaro Castle, full of tenderness. He had also seen the powerful and beautiful female mercenary look at Sir Lord with a deep love in her eyes. From the moment he was selected as a retainer knight, he felt that Sir Lord seemed to shine, exuding the glory of a knight. He also firmly believed that by following Sir Lord, he would receive a lot of glory. Therefore, he looked at the aristocratic men and women strolling hand in hand on the rocky beach. It was very harmonious, as if it was only natural. Sir Lord should be like this. Suddenly, he thought of the female mercenary Paris. Fortunately, she did not follow. Otherwise, when she saw Sir Lord and the young lady of the Golden Wheat's family, I'm afraid her heart would split. However, she is just a mercenary. She should be able to understand that Sir Lord is not something someone of her status can hope for. The gap between aristocracy and commoners was engraved in everyone's mind. Without experiencing a mighty ideological liberation movement, such ideological shackles could never be erased. It was just that the transmigrate list, who was supposed to carry the banner of reform, had been corrupted into a member of the aristocracy, dreaming of a life riding a dragon, and had no time for reform. The setting sun eventually sank into the sea, leaving only a faint afterglow and a trace of brightness. Holding Ronesa's hand and looking at the 16-year-old girl's excited smile, he couldn't help but smile as well. "Dear, it's time to go back." "Yes." Ronesa jumped down from a rock and threw herself at List. She grabbed one of his arms as if she was going to hang on to him. She raised her head and blinked her big eyes. "But I don't want to go back yet." List lowered his head and kissed her mouth-watering red lips again. The girl had already overcome the initial awkwardness. She moved her hands away from his arm and wrapped them around his neck. She stood on tiptoe and began to forcefully respond to List's kiss. She was a little over 1.6 meters tall, which made her look a little short in front of List, who was more than 1.85 meters tall. He opened his mouth. After calming his emotions, List released his hands that were still roaming around Ronesa's body. He held her little hand again and repeated, "It's time to go back." Yes. Having received a kiss, Ranesa no longer threw a tantrum and nodded meekly. List whistled. In the distance, Black Dragon, who was grazing, galloped over. List supported Ronesa's waist and sent her up, then nimbly got up. He held the girl's slender waist and urged the horse to gallop. It was already dark by the time they hurried back to Tulip Castle. Under the moonlight, they chatted wittily and stopped at the castle gate. After helping Ranesa off the horse, List did not hold her hand again. This was not a moment of passion and indulgence after a ball, and he needed to take into account the reserved nobility. "Is that Dosen?" Ranesa exclaimed when she saw a huge dog coming towards her. "Yes. Do you want to pet it?" List waved his hand, and Trembling Woods wagged its tail and approached, letting Ranesa stroke its shiny black fur. List seemed to see his guard Paris poking her head out of a window on the first floor of the castle, but then shrank back. He didn't care and just smiled at Ranesa. "Dosen is about a year old. I was lucky to meet it when it was young. I've never seen such a docile intermediate world of Warcraft. List, will you ride it into the battlefield?" "Of course, it will be my companion in battle." Ranesa immediately looked at him with her big eyes, which were bright and twinkling. "You have a great future ahead of you. I hope to see you enjoy even more glory in the near future." Chapter 3:18. At the banquet, List once again returned to his reticent state. Only this time, a young girl came to talk to him. "List, can we go to the Flower Town tomorrow to take a look? I think it must be very beautiful there." "Of course. If you want to go, the Flower Town will always welcome you." List responded with a smile. He cut a piece of steak and ate it gracefully. On the other side, Roger Golden Oats, who was similarly gracefully eating his steak, glanced at Ranesa with a smile, and then looked at List. Without saying anything, he raised his glass and clinked it with Levis's, and then took a sip of the crescent wine. On the other side, Madame Penelope was eating a fried egg on her plate, while silently exchanging glances with her granddaughter Vera. Then, she said to Ranesa, "Tulip Castle is nothing strange for the Harvest Castle. If youngsters feel bored, they can go outside to relax. The Flower Town is a good place. If the carriage wasn't too bumpy, I would often go to the Flower Town to look at the scenery." "Madam, do you and Elvira want to go together tomorrow?" "Oh no, I am old and prefer to stay in my old house, quietly watching the creepers crawl all over the wall. My creepers are very vigorous. Maybe they will give birth to a sprite worm. Let me tell you, Ranesa, a sprite worm was really bored in my potted plant. List knows this better than anyone else." Ranesa's interest was immediately piqued. What sprite worm was it? "A black nightshade sprite. The black nightshade potted plant was sick, so I took it away with the intention of getting a new black nightshade potted plant for my grandmother. However, I did not expect it to give birth to a sprite worm. Then my grandmother gave it to me as a gift." Wow, that is really a heartwarming story. I really hope that my grandmother can also give me a potted plant to give birth to a sprite worm. List sighed in all seriousness. But since then, on every festival, my grandmother would only give me a potted plant and tell me, "List, please take good care of this potted plant. Maybe there is a sprite worm hidden inside." Ha! Everyone at the banquet laughed, especially Rona Nasser. She was elated. It wasn't a humorous short joke, but sounded like the most humorous cold joke in the world to her. This made List feel very embarrassed. Just a few simple teasing words made her laugh like this. If he said a few really interesting jokes, wouldn't she have to do artificial respiration? The banquet ended in jubilation. List left the restaurant where they were still chatting and went downstairs to check on Dosen. He had just heard Dosen shouting outside for a while. Now, whenever Dosen went out, his manservant, Tom, would take care of him. Thomas was the first manservant and was always at List's beck and call. Tom was the second manservant and was always at Dosen's beck and call. "Tom, what happened to Dosen just now?" List looked at Dosen, who was lying on the ground and gnawing on a bone. "Master, Dosen saw a Doberman just now, but after Dosen shouted a few times, the Doberman ran away in fear." "Well, It was probably Dosen who wanted to be friends with the Doberman, but the Doberman clearly did not have such an idea. List rubbed Dosen's neck, got up and left, ready to return to the castle. At this time, he heard movement beside him, but he could not see anyone. Paris! There was no one around. Paris appeared. Sir Baron, you haven't rested yet. What's the matter? List asked gently. Paris opened her mouth and whispered, the young lady of the Golden Wheat family. She is very beautiful. List nodded. You mean Ronassa? She is indeed very beautiful. Then will she become the mistress of Flower Town? Sorry, Sir Baron, I'm just a little curious. Paris said a little awkwardly. List glanced at Paris, who was becoming more and more feminine after recovering her figure. List suddenly felt a lot of pressure. He did not want to be a handsome man who attracted bees and butterflies. But fate was always fickle. It liked to entangle all simple feelings and make people owe debts everywhere. He raised his head and looked at the stars in the sky. Blinking, blinking. There was no moon tonight, only these twinkling stars. Withdrawing his gaze, he said calmly, maybe, maybe not. You know, I have never thought about this. I like to let everything take its course. Just like you don't know if it will be sunny or rainy when you wake up in the morning. But no matter what the weather is, it is a new day. Embrace it, that's all. After saying that, he patted Paris on the shoulder. Good night, Paris. After that, he did not wait for Paris to respond and went straight into the castle. Paris was left behind, chewing hard on the word, let nature take its course. She is a black dragon gang, and she has 10 years left to live. Life for her, is it not natural to let nature take its course? With a laugh, she no longer entangled in the sadness in her heart. She went back to the room, took out a book, and slowly read it under the crystal light in the tulip castle aisle. One day, Liz said, you should learn to read. Then she began to learn to read and write serpentine, even though it seemed to her that it was too difficult. As soon as he returned to the corridor of the restaurant, he saw that everyone had come out. List, Roger and I are going to the study to talk about something. You and Lavera accompany Ronassa. Levis said, okay. When Roger and Levis left, Lavera helped Madame Penelope and said, I will take grandmother home first. You go have a cup of tea first. Saying that, she winked at List. In the blink of an eye, the lively crowd dispersed, but Madame Marie did not leave after sending Lytton to do his homework. She was the mistress of the castle and could not be rude. List did not want to stay with Madame Marie any longer. He asked the servant to pick up the frac habillure on the shelf and asked, Ronassa, do you want to go for a walk outside? Well, I would like to. So, Madame Marie, do you want to take a walk together? List asked again. Madame Marie smiled. You go ahead. I'm not used to walking at night, but it is cold outside. Ronassa, List, remember to ask the servant to bring an extra coat. Don't freeze. Thank you for reminding me, Madame Marie. Walk, just a walk. At most, they would hold hands, hug, and kiss a few times. About an hour later, Liz took Ronassa back to Tulip Castle. Dear, I am too excited today. I am afraid that I will not be able to sleep at night. Ronassa said reluctantly when he was about to take her back to her room. Rest well. I will take you to the Flower Town to play tomorrow. Then it's settled. Of course. The servant was standing at the door. Without giving Ronassa a goodbye kiss, List waved his hand, turned around, and left. A long time after List had left, Ronassa was still sitting on the bedside, smiling foolishly, until the maid told her that young Master Roger had arrived. Brother, did you have a good time today? Roger drank some wine, his face still red. Ronassa was a little shy, but she still said confidently, Yes, brother, I had a good time today. Chapter 319. It was the end of the month. Tomorrow was the last day. If he did not vote, the monthly ticket would expire. All right. Actually, it was not that he wanted to request for a ticket. He was just speaking his mind. Dalong's results were very good. This caused Lao Bai's mental state to be a little unbalanced. He wanted to write well, but his train of thought was a little messed up. He wanted to enrich the background of the novel and portray the image of the aristocrats, but it seemed that he had failed. When writing such a love story, he was afraid that it would be too shallow. Secondly, he was afraid that the sex scenes would be too touching. Thirdly, he was afraid that he would not be able to grasp the degree of control. Before writing, he would delete and edit. After publishing, he would consult the reader's opinions and rewrite. He would always be unsatisfied. But if he did not write, for an old man like Lao Bai who had been single for many years, it was simply suffocating. Therefore, he would open up an additional chapter and place it in the related works to make up for the sex scenes. He would not include the main text. Those who did not like to read love stories could directly subscribe to the farming chapter. Those who liked it could go to the related works to find it. Wouldn't it be better to have the best of both worlds? Finally, you're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.